Elko's turning on. Did you just see me started? I don't want you to record right now.
Yeah. I'm going out to my own new office after.
All right. Uh-oh. Okay, can they hear us now?
He's working on.
Wade, if you can hear us in Las Vegas.
That's Vegas. Vegas, would you like to introduce who's with you there today?
Hi, my name is Denise DeLucia.
And Denise, who are you with?
I'm sorry, I'm just here representing myself and my daughter, Wild Mustang Robin.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Debbie Vineyard, and I'm here just representing.
If you can hear us in Las Vegas, we think you just unplugged yourself. Wave in Vegas if you can hear us. Okay.
My name is Tracy Newmarch. I'm representing myself and the horses.
Hi, my name is Jeff Dwyer. I'm here representing myself to hear and perhaps make some comments about the wild horse management situation.
Oh, we lost Elko?
Well, see if they can at least introduce themselves.
Elko, can you hear us?
Yep, I can hear you, Davey.
Okay, go ahead.
Desiree from Nevada Cattlemen's.
Hi, Desiree. Who else is with you?
Just me. Billy's walking in and out.
Okay. Okay, before we get going, I have a little bit of a special presentation to make here real quick. Alan Perazzo, could you come up here, please?
Right in the middle of it.
hoping to do here today is maybe start a little bit of a tradition. And, just the fact of sitting on the board is something that allows a lot of dedicated time. But Alan was our chairman here for the 2 years I was here, and he did a wonderful job. And I'm very grateful for him. So what I thought I'd do is, this is something from one of my past lives that was done. So what I'd like to do is to present to Alan his very own gavel. And what we had put on it was Alan Perazzo, Chairman, Board of Agriculture, 2009-2012. So thank you, Alan. Thank you. Yeah,
I can use.
you can use it.
Well, I would like to say thank you, and thank you to the board, and thank you to the public for coming. I told Dave Sticks on my way in that I never, my whole time as serving as chairman, I don't think I ever drew a crowd like you're drawing today.
Well, it was a long motorcade coming into Reno this morning, but we all made it. So. All right. Oh, yes. I'm one of the board members today that just was reappointed in the last month or so, so I have to take an oath so we can continue. Bear with us.
Chairman, if you would repeat after me, I, state your name,
David Sticks Jr.,
do solemnly swear that I will support,
I solemnly swear that I will support,
protect, and defend
the
Constitution and government of the United States
Constitution and government of the United States
and the Constitution and government of the state of Nevada
and the Constitution and government of the state of Nevada
against all enemies,
whether domestic or foreign,
and that I will bear true faith, allegiance, and loyalty to the same, any ordinance, resolution, or law of any state notwithstanding, and that I will well and faithfully perform all the duties of the office of Chairman Board of Agriculture or Member Board of Agriculture,
all the duties of member of the Board of Agriculture,
on which I'm about to enter.
which I'm about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Under the pains and penalties of perjury.
Under the pains and penalties of perjury. Thank you. All right, item 1D, approve the July 31st, 2012 board meeting minutes. Been made by Mr. Spratling. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Mr. Vogler. Is there any discussion on the minutes? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimous. Okay, item 2 is public comment. I just want to take a real brief minute today to explain to everybody. We normally do not see the size of the crowd at an ag board meeting, so I'll be, very honest with you. But we have a lot of items to get through today. So in the agenda, it was already explained under public input that the chair may confine to 2 minutes of public input. Now what I'm going to do is to allow everybody that's here today that wants to speak have 2 minutes to speak, and we will keep time, okay? But here's the thing you have to be very clear on, is please do not be repetitive, okay? If you have somebody here today, maybe you have organized, maybe you have somebody that wants to speak for all of you, I very much suggest that. And as the chair, I would have a little bit more leniency on giving very, very slightly time more, if you want to do that. But if all of us want to speak, we are here to listen to you. I want everybody to know that. And also, you cannot, during public input, engage in the board or any of the staff members. We are just here to listen to you on public input. So answering questions, the questions will have to be answered at a later date, either by mail or a letter, but we cannot talk to you. We're here to listen to you, and that's what we want to do. So we have 2 minutes. Public input is now open. please step up to the microphone. We need everybody to state their name, please, for the record.
And for clarification, Jay, you want them at the table?
Either one's fine.
It's up to you guys.
Over here?
You bet. The table or the podium, sir.
Well, good morning. Is this on now? Can everybody hear me?
Small room, that's a recorder.
Okay. My name is Henry Kimball. I'm a citizen in Sparks, Nevada, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you today. In the interest of not repeating myself, I'm going to read my letter, which has been submitted for the record. I'm here to strongly encourage this board to begin managing wild horses in a more thoughtful, humane, and sustainable manner. Above all, I'm here to protest the practice of sending Nevada's wild horses into a poorly vetted auction process that may, in reality, result in sending these horses to slaughter. When I called your office yesterday to inquire about this meeting, I was told that all wild horses collected by the Nevada Department of Agriculture are put up for adoption. In fact, they are sent to the Fallon auction where, in lieu of purchase by legitimate potential owners or publicly funded rescue groups, they may very well end up in the hands of individuals whose business is selling horses for slaughter. Implying that this auction is tantamount to an adoption program is at the very least highly misleading to the public. Not only are these auctions badly misaligned with public sentiment in Nevada, this practice conflicts with the spirit and values of the broader American public exemplified in the implementation of the Free Roaming Wild Horse and Burro Act of '71 at the federal level. And I realize that's not something that necessarily applies to Nevada, but I think the spirit of that act needs to be taken into account. In fact, the board's current handling of this situation forces one to consider that it is willing to disregard broad public opinion to cater to the very economic interests and disgruntled homeowners who have increasingly encroached upon wildlife habitat and so engendered many of the management problems we now face. Viable, sustainable solutions do exist. Fertility control on the open range is one of these. Using the expertise and care of rescue groups is another. These are collaborative approaches through which, with a little
Sir, you
work,
passed the
everybody
2-minute
can.
time. How much time do you need left?
20 seconds.
You got it.
Okay, thank you. A poorly managed auction process is nothing more than a quick and dirty solution that aims to recoup costs with little concern for the fate of the animals. As it stands now, in my judgment, and as I understand it, this policy and this process is potentially inhumane, unethical due to the fate of the animals not being audited or tracked, and in direct conflict with the broader values and will of the American people. Thanks for giving me the extra time.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am. Please step up to the table. If you folks want to go down that aisle there and stage yourself in the room.
Yeah.
Go.
Dorothy, we'll just go back there so that it doesn't take time.
That would be great.
Yeah.
Yes, okay.
Okay, ma'am, you have the floor. 2 minutes.
Got the floor, 2 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Bonnie Matten. I'm president of the Wild Horse Preservation League. I'm also a member of the Alliance of Wild Horse Advocates. There are 6 of us who have worked very hard in getting these messages to you succinctly. So we're going to be doing it in steps 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. To the Nevada Board of Agriculture, I am here to speak to you not only as the president, but a member of the Alliance. The rash of complaints involving the Virginia range horses appears to be grounded in the inconsistent management of these horses. The department has not been complying with Nevada statutes or the intent of the Nevada legislature, thus small problems are now turning into big ones. There is inconsistent compliance with notice of sale requirements when the department sells horses. There is inconsistent messaging when the department advises citizens about Virginia range horse issues and what happens to horses once they are picked up. Published departmental policy states that the department will pick up horses after the complaining party will fill out an affidavit and using department traps. However, certain citizens are gathering and trapping horses in violation of NRS 569.045, and the department is at times removing horses in violation of the department's own published policies. These horses do need to be managed coherently and in keeping with state laws. and departmental policies. They do whatever you like approach and use of the Nevada Department of Agriculture must not continue. And one last thing, I just attended the conference for the Governor's Office on Tourism, and people from all over the world were there, and we have a Wild Horse Adventure program, which I will leave for you all, to see that these horses bring in money to the state of Nevada, and we need to encourage them with proper management to stay on the range. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank
That
you.
was a good job managing your time.
Thank you.
Next, please.
My name is Dorothy Nyland. I'm with the Wild Horse Preservation League, and I'm also part of the Alliance for Wild Horse Advocates. As a rule, the Nevada Department of Agriculture does not answer phone calls or emails regarding the Virginia range horses. I once received a reply from Mr. Barbie, but the purpose was simply to point out an error in something I had written. We don't take the lack of responses personally, however, as we are well aware the problem is widespread. Even members of the press and television stations don't receive replies to their calls. It is important to note that the Wild Horse advocacy groups are nonprofit organizations. We get our funding from the public, not through taxes, but often through unsolicited donations. So as I stand before you today, as a director of the Wild Horse Preservation League and member of the Alliance of Wild Horse Advocates, I am representing the public. When members of the public contact Governor Brian Sandoval's office with their concerns about Virginia range horses, they are told to contact the Nevada Department of Agriculture and are given a number to call. Then they get a recording and don't get a reply. So they call the horse advocacy groups. Even the city of Reno contacted the Hidden Valley organization to ask how they could talk to a live person at NDA about the horses. Thank you. And I have copies for the board.
You can bring them up here.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good morning. Sheila Schwadell, Alliance of Wild Horse Advocates. And I'm here to discuss legislative intent. The legislature outlined methods and procedures for managing horses. These methods and procedures were designed by former directors Paul Iverson and Don Henderson and made into legislative law. The directors intended to reduce costs to the department by utilization of cooperative agreements as defined by NRS 569.031. The current director has so far refused to enact cooperative agreements, thus circumventing the intent of the legislative branch. The department needs to delegate tasks as intended by our legislature under NRS in order to carry out its responsibilities within its financial means. The department has not followed legislative intent under NRS .075 by incorrectly posting notice of sale under NRS 569.070 as estrays rather than feral horses. If the department correctly implemented the legislative intent, then the wild horses must be noticed under NRS 569.075, of which subsection 1 reads, and I quote, "The department may sell all feral livestock which it has gathered if the department determines the sale of feral livestock is necessary to facilitate the placement or other disposition of the feral livestock." Since there are advocates ready to facilitate placement of the horses via NRS 569.031, again, the department is twisting the legislative intent by ignoring this subsection. The department is also circumventing legislative intent by negating NRS 569.008, feral livestock defined. This ties into NRS 569.075 as these are not estray horses having no physical signs of domestication whatsoever. We ask the department follow the intent of our legislature and correctly implement the law and the statutes. The department needs to comply with current Nevada revised statutes, as do other departments of this state. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Willis Lamb, President, Least Resistance Training Concepts, member of Alliance of Wild Horse Advocates. In recent years, the management of the Virginia range horses has changed from proactive to reactive. Reactive approaches to managing dynamic issues are typically less efficient and more costly than proactive approaches. A proactively managed herd adds value to the region, ranging from control of flammable vegetation to tourism to improving property values where horses in appropriate locations add to viewshed experiences. During the recent recession, new homes were being built on lots having wildlife and wild horse viewing opportunities, while existing homes in other locations were being given back to the banks. Advocates want horses that have been removed from the range turned over to adopters. According to studies conducted by Texas A&M and Sonoma State University, the average adopted horse can be expected to contribute around $25,000 to the agricultural economy over its lifetime, because its adopters will redirect their disposable incomes to locally produced products and services such as hay, veterinarian and farrier services, corral panels, etc., instead of buying foreign-made consumer products. The management of these horses have social impacts, economic impacts, and impacts on tourism, Nevada's #1 industry. Intelligent management approaches must consider all of these elements. I'd like to turn this in, if I may please, and I have a historic document from the Story County from the fire department requesting that a reasonable number of horses be maintained for fire protection. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Lamb. You can put the stuff right up here.
We'll do that. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am, you have the floor.
Thank you. My name is Shannon Windle. I would like to take this opportunity to comment on the financial aspect of the department's current management tactics regarding our wild horses. Numerous public comments have been made regarding the department's budgetary constraints and inability to fund cooperative agreements. Ironically, and at the same time, the department has chosen a position that appears to have added an incredible burden on its resources in the form of policing horses across the Virginia range, setting traps and taking up of 146 horses to date, transporting them to the prison and then the auction facility, feeding, branding, microchipping, castration, publishing legal notices. The department's relatively small administrative staff has dealt with the public reaction and outrage in the form of endless phone calls and emails. How many man-hours has the department spent dealing with wild horse issues just over the last 5 months? What are the overhead and salary costs associated with the personnel assigned to brand inspection but are patrolling neighborhoods at all times of the day, 7 days a week? And what are the lost opportunity costs of having this staff diverted from servicing livestock producers and doing agricultural work? All of this at the cost of Nevada taxpayers. We would suggest to the department re-engage in cooperative agreements with advocates, planning and implementing intelligent, effective management methods designed to have minimal impact on the taxpayer while exploiting the volunteer community is exactly what NRS 569 was written to do. As an example, problem horses facing removal from the range should be handed over to advocate groups that could spend their donations caring for and finding good homes for the horses. Instead, current policies have pushed organizations to spend over $45,000 in 2.5 months to buy 112 Virginia range wild horses dumped at the Nevada livestock auction, keeping them safe from kill buyers. Good working relations and open, respectful communication is much cheaper and effective than the methods currently being employed by the Nevada Department.
Ma'am, that's your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, perfect timing.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Linda Jo Dalton. I'm a homeowner in Demounty Ranch. The reason I'm bringing here today is I'm very concerned of the safety of just in our particular area, and I can imagine all the other parts of Reno. When I witnessed how they round them up during the middle of the day, we have a bird's eye view of the area behind our house, which I live in the Toll Brothers home, and 18 horses were leisurely eating grass and laying, and we saw approximately 8 cowboys, I'm calling them. I think they believe they were from the state, and they were attempting to get these horses into the pen, obviously for public safety. Unfortunately, they created a major chaos, a running frenzy. The white stallion realized the gig was up and he made a U-turn, and all the horses are running, all the cowboys are running. There's people walking on the walking paths. I don't think you understand that this is major safety issue. If some of these horses hurt someone, which will be the fault of the horses, of course, because that's how it's kind of written up. They have no place rounding these up in the middle of the day in a public area. This, when I moved to Arizona, I was so pleased to believe that these horses were protected, and kind of under the illusion that, after research, that maybe they're not. And I hope that you, for one safety issue, take in consideration the aspect this is going to bring, because if someone gets hurt, you know what's going to happen. They're going to sue, and they're going to sue the state, the people with the deep pockets, and that's not going to look good for us either. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Hi, my name is Kelly Hyatt, and I live on Toll Road, and I've lived there for 13 years, and I'm just a regular person. I never was a wild horse advocate. I just like seeing them in my yard. And they've been coming around for years. Everybody knows that. Now there's more and more and more of them. I really didn't know why, but in the last 5-6 weeks, I have found out a lot of different things. I did not know that there were all these wild horse advocates that were working with the Department of Agriculture in the past to keep the horses up on the range. It seems like it had been working in the past. For some reason, whatever, and I have read several different reasons of why these agreements are not working anymore. My thought is this, the horses are part of Nevada. They have been here. Our freeways are decorated with them. Our new Reno sign is a wild horse. They are part of our history. They do have a tourism draw. I am actually working the travel industry. I do have people come here that want to see them. I know there's people that are trying to do wild horse tours. They're happening now. What bothers me, I understand there's too many horses. They do need to be managed. Nobody's really against that, but there are humane ways of doing it. I am a taxpayer. I am a homeowner, and the Nevada Department of Agriculture, apparently I pay your bills, your taxes too. I'd like to see much more cooperation. I'd like to see things going back to the way it was. I understand there are issues, but lack of communication, lack of cooperation is the biggest cause besides the drought and the feeding that's causing these horses to be down here. I'm not a horse person. When I was small, I had a horse, but I'm smart enough to figure out that when you're taking this horse, that horse, that horse, which is happening, the horses are being arbitrarily trapped. Now I've got juvenile horses running around my neighborhood that don't know where to go or what to do. The accident that happened on 395, those horses were going over to a house that has a big field. They probably never would have been here if they had their daddy telling them to go another way.
That's
Maybe
fine,
I'm wrong.
ma'am.
I'm telling you. Thank you.
2 minutes. Thank you very much.
My name is Mary Ann Olsner. I live in the Steamboat area, and I too have had horses in my life and raised horses. The wild horses are native to this area of Nevada, just as the bighorn sheep are native to another area of this great state. This long period of drought has driven the horses down from the highlands to this area. Never before have we seen the horses as we have in these past 2 years. Further east, the horses must compete for grazing on public lands. It's my understanding that there are more cattle on public lands now than ever before. So should the horses go by the way of the buffalo to the point of extinction, then one day to be recognized that something precious was lost? My recommendation to this problem is to move the horses back to the highlands near Virginia City where they came down from. The Wild Horse Society up there has a parcel of land that my understanding was purchased by public donations. Many people are willing to donate to buy hay to help get through the winter months until the grasses are back in the spring. If the weaker horses do not survive the winter, this is nature's plan, survival of the fittest, and the stronger horses will be even better. Wholesale slaughter is not the answer. I'm sure this meeting is to allow our grievance, and then you may do as you please. But that doesn't mean that it is right. And separating the baby from its mother in this last roundup was unconscionable. My late husband in the 1970s flew the airplane over the highland areas and dropped hay for the wild horses, and it was recommended at that time. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Norma Davidson. I don't have a speech for you, but I want to tell you from my heart, what are you going to tell your great-grandkids and your grandkids what a Mustang looks like outside in the wild, and how beautiful they are? I believe, I was raised on a big ranch, and I believe that the cattlemen can go hand in hand with all these wild animals. I'm sorry, but I think that our horses need to be saved, need to be spared, and for us to enjoy them. I have a lot of grandkids. My grandkids will never see them now. They've been rounded up. I have young baby grandkids. But we need to save these horses for our future kids, for our future inheritance. They are our inheritance. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Terry Farley. I am a 35-year Nevada resident who spent much of that time with rangeland horses researching books. I thought that the Virginia range horses were safe. The cooperative agreements between the state and wild horse advocates were superior in every way. The management of horses.
Stop, ma'am, just stop. I stopped your clock, so you're okay.
High tech.
We need to take a 5-minute break.
I have that effect on technology. I apologize.
Ma'am, everybody, we're going to take about a 2-minute, get a little technical work done here. We'll come right back. I've got the clock stopped, so we'll start you where you left off.
And be aware, right in front of me here, where you guys are sitting on the floor, we're probably gonna have a ladder coming through there.
Okay, we're off the record.
I was hoping to God.
Yeah, I was watching my dog, and I saw, thank you for letting us know.
You know what,
I hear you. See that?
you know on that letter that go on there.
Okay.
And then
Like you said,
Right at that
Well, I was telling the lovely Miss Jordan here that we were commenting on the work that was being done, and she made a perfect comment. When agriculture meets IT, there it is.
For the record, that was a chemist and a noxious weed specialist. They're also doubling as IT staff.
All right. Are we on the record? Hang on just a sec. Make sure our guy gets us recording again. We're good? Okay. All right, ma'am, you have the floor again.
Okay, I'm going to push restart because I was saying something nice about the board, so you deserve to hear it. I said that as an experienced observer of the Bureau of Land Management, the Nevada Department of Ag, until very recently, was doing a bang-up job by comparison. When the department canceled the cooperative agreement, however, it may well have killed the golden goose for Nevada tourism. You remember that story, don't you? A guy was so impatient to get the golden eggs out of his goose that he slit it open, not knowing how eggs really come about. And I think that's what's happening here. With minimum investment, rural and suburban business people can make a lot of money off these horses. They will earn their own way. And it will show the rest of the country, actually the rest of the world. My books are in 28 countries, and I hear from people in every single one of them. Show them that we haven't paved over our Western legacy. The Nevada Department of Agriculture is supposed to be a steward of that Western legacy because of its expertise. When the power to trap nuisance horses is delegated to a non-expert, who then delegates his power to a third and a fourth non-expert, what is the point of having you as advisors?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Real quick, how many people right now that can hear me, how many of you plan to speak that are left? Raise your hands. Oh, okay. All right. I feel much better. I was afraid we were going to have to conclude and move to the end of the agenda for public comment, which we can. But yes, ma'am, you have the floor.
Hey, hi. My name is Jennifer Oropeza. I'm a homeowner down in DeMonte Ranch. I'm relatively new to Reno, and I must say that the wild horse experience is something that I was not familiar with, originally from Florida. I've seen alligators out in the wild and mountain lions and things like that, but a horse is such a non-threatening seeming element of nature that has really impressed me, and part of the reason why we decided to purchase the particular house we did where we did. There are signs on the streets showing horse crossing. When we first moved there in 2010, we saw plenty of people pull their cars over on the side of the road and actually feeding horses, which until recently I did not know was illegal. So my main concern here today is public awareness. What led me into this in the first place is witnessing the roundup that I believe the other lady spoke about in DeMonte Ranch. It was very concerning because I was one of the people out walking my dog when it started, and the whole operation was disturbing for me. I believe it was disturbing for the horses, and it was very disturbing for animals in the neighborhood who, you could hear like dogs crying and screeching. It was horrifying. So my concern is, I've actually been able to speak with people from the department, and they've told me the reason why this is happening is for public safety and because of lack of funding. The illegal feeding can't be enforced. I ask that you take into consideration working with the advocacy groups or whoever is willing to get the information out there to prevent the neighborhoods from looking like all-you-can-eat buffet for the horses. Also, it is my understanding that there's some sort of a fence outlaw that, and speaking with my neighbors, actually, they said with the developer, they've said they've put up fences, but people are cutting them down. And it's been brought to my attention that it could also be because there's kids going up with ATVs and taking their bikes and things, that people cutting the fences might not always be horse people trying to get horses into the neighborhood, but other factors as well. So, you know, I'm very much concerned for public safety. I'm very much concerned for the horses as well, and it just seems that there should be some way that we could potentially work this out. I was in Walmart the other day and I saw this, and I just thought, am I cut off?
Well, please don't put it down.
Well,
You ran out of time.
I've submitted the rest of what I wanted to say. It went through the email for the horse ag, so I'd appreciate if there's anything that can be done. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
My name is Coral Paris. I live in Northwest Reno, so I don't live in the area, but I'm very familiar with it. I take people, anybody that comes from a foreign country to visit, I take them up there to look at the horses, and I did this last weekend. I had 2 visitors from London. I took them up there. We did see a group of horses, and it was very exciting, and we just love them. I have horses, and I've had them my whole life, so I'm a horse lover, I admit this, but I just think that we can all work together to keep the horses healthy, and you know, I've also seen horses rounded up because they wanted the land for cattle, and I think that they can both live there. I think there's plenty of range. I ride all over on my horses, and I know the drought has affected it, but I think, like an earlier speaker was saying, that we can somehow figure out how to drop them some hay in the winter to get them through. It seems like the drought may be going to end, and I just want you to know that the horses are really a tourist attraction all over the world, and it's very important that we preserve them. Thank you.
Thank you. By the way, if you're in the livestock industry or farming, you never say the drought's going to end, so you probably jinxed us all. Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, my name is Dana Reeser. I didn't intend to speak, so I'm strictly off the cuff here. I agree with Terry and others that have promoted the tourism value of the horses as a reason to keep them on the range. I would like to see the department do a cost analysis of the cost of these roundups and how it's impacting their budget versus what it would cost to have the advocates do it for free. It wouldn't take much oversight. Most of these people know what they're doing. We have a lot of horsemen in Reno that know how to deal with this. And I think that we're wasting an awful lot of our taxpayer money by rounding up the horses and treating them the way that we are now. And I would like the board to perhaps take a look at this and take it into consideration when they're making their plans. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hello, my name is Betsy Brownfield, and I'm a Hidden Valley resident for the past 16 years. And what I was going to say, it seems like most people have already said, but I didn't hear anybody talking about the auction and when the horses went to auction. And KOLO did a little story about it, and how the owner of the auction was bidding up the prices against us. And although it was stated that it's perfectly legal by Director Barbie was quoted saying that, it's just really inappropriate. And I was shocked when a domestic horse sold for practically nothing, and then our horses came and a 650-pound mare went for $850. I mean, it was just shocking, and And I just wish that these horses didn't have to go to the auction because that's not where they belong. I just feel optimistic that we'll be able to work together so these horses won't have to become dinosaurs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Fred Rodriguez. I didn't come here prepared with anything. I just basically want to, state my mind or, piece of mind here. I'm a citizen of Nevada, a concerned tax-paying citizen of Nevada. I don't agree with the methods in which these horses are being handled. I was the gentleman that actually photographed the young foal being dragged and flopped around by a piece of twine out there off of Veterans Road. What I would like to see is a working relationship between the advocacies and the Department of Agriculture to get online and do something other than what we're doing right now. Like I said, the acts, they're cruel, they're inhumane, and all I want to do is see a better solution than what we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hi, my name is Kim Roadmeyer. I also do not have anything prepared. I didn't plan on speaking, but some things have been running through my head while I've been listening to others. And I also...
Remember, ma'am, try not to be repetitive. When I hear people wanting to do that, if you agree with everybody, do that.
Is this cutting into my time?
No. Not at all.
I understand.
In fact, the director stopped the clock.
Thank you very much. Basically, it's my understanding that in the 70s, I think, if my timeline is wrong, I apologize, that the BLM came through and went through this area and rounded up all the horses that they considered federal. And they claimed whatever's left is feral. The gentleman's shaking his head, so maybe I'm wrong.
Don?
But that they became under the Department of Ag's control. Well, my question is, and I know you can't answer questions, but my comment and my question is, and hopefully somebody can get back to me, how many generations of foals have to drop in the desert before they finally become wild? It seems to me that if it's been 25 years or longer and these babies have been born in the desert over and over and over again, then I don't understand why then these horses then would not be transferred to BLM control. Why would these not be transferred over and become federal? And then they would not legally go to auction, and they might be rounded up and they might be put in pens, but they would not be dead. So I don't understand the law. I've read the feral horse law and I've read the estray horse law, and it's not clear why the generations that are subsequent are not considered wild horses. So if somebody could get back to me, I would really appreciate that, because to me it seems like if you've had 25 years of the original estray feral horse who had her babies, and then every generation after that has dropped in the desert, then why are they not considered federal BLM wild horses? And by the way, the Nevada state law says that wildlife is considered any mammal, which is a mammal defined as a wild horse. So,
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My name is Craig Downer. I'm a wildlife ecologist. I got my master's here at the University of Nevada. I've written a book called The Wild Horse Conspiracy, and I think it's absolutely disgraceful how these wonderful animals who are returned natives to North America are being tortured and led to cruel death. I was out there Saturday and I saw some wonderful horses. I've been going out there all my life to see these wonderful animals. You know, they're not ruminant animals like cows and deer and sheep. They're post-gastric or cecal digesters, many of you know. That means they really complement the ecosystem. They help build the soils. They don't as thoroughly degrade what they ingest, and they contribute to the humus content of the soils. They also seed many more plants than do the ruminants. And I think this is a disgrace. We're intelligent caring human beings, supposedly, and we can build fences and build overpasses. And I'm going to present to you, when I elaborated a bit more on my book, chapter 4, it's a reserve design proposal for naturally self-stabilizing herds. And this should be adapted throughout North America to restore these wonderful animals. So I'll be presenting this to you. I ask for your serious consideration of this.
Right here, sir, if you could bring it forward. Next, please. And incidentally, we're going to go ahead and stop public input at the gentleman with the leather jacket when he goes. If anybody wishes to speak more on this, we'll have public input at the end of the meeting. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Jody Huffman. I live in Steamboat, and I'm sickened and I'm heartbroken over what's going on with these horses. You know, almost every day they make a path through my neighborhood. My 8-year-old daughter has lovingly named one Rosie. And Rosie's gone, and she is crying, saying, "Mommy, where are the horses? Why are they doing this?" And there's no answer. I have no answer to give her. I have no logical reason why they've been taken away, and in the manner they've been taken away. You know, there's got to be cooperation. You guys are the experts on it. You're supposed to, I think you're supposed to be working with these animals and helping them. They need everybody to come together. It's not their fault that we have encroached on their place to live. It's not their fault. They're wild, and they need to be treated with respect. They're all over. Symbols of them all over. You know, and it breaks my heart. I don't know what to tell my daughter. Where is Rosie? She asks me every day. And I would like to know, where is Rosie? Where's the mom? Where's the baby? What's being done with them? I mean, please, we need cooperation. That's all I got to say.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kat Kinsfather. I'm a wild horse advocate and a photographer. I documented these horses for a long time, starting with the Calico Roundup by BLM of 1,923 horses that were at Broken Arrow. And I only saw one skinny mare. All those horses were in above stellar condition. I would like to ask the Department of Agriculture to honor these horses, to respect them and take pride in your management of them, and also to promote tourism is a really brilliant idea. As Terry said, the Golden Goose. I think, you know, it appears to me the Department of Agriculture is getting real excited how much more horses can get right away and get some money at the auction. They're really banking. And they're busting up its piggy banks that are trying to rescue these horses from kill buyers. The other thing, a lot of things have already been hit on, spoken about, but I'd like to say that our tourism is not as good as it used to be for gambling, which is probably the base revenue for the state. We need to take this natural golden treasure, this resource of these wild horses that are loved worldwide. I'm on Facebook, I'm an advocate on Facebook, and I know there's thousands of people that support these horses that are just broken-hearted like we are to see what's happening. They should never go to slaughter. I ask that you work with the advocate groups again to rescue them and keep them from ever going to slaughter auction, and try to find a way to keep them wild and protected, and see what they really are. They're not just something to trash and make money off of. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I photographed them. I know a lot of photographers that come from California to take pictures of these horses.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Renee Klein. I live up in the Virginia City Highlands. As we've all heard today, much value perceived and for real with the wild horses from tourism to many other states. It's an icon that's known not only in this region, but statewide, nationwide, and worldwide. You can obviously hear today the love for these animals and the wish that they could be preserved. And I guess what I would like to say to this group, obviously public safety comes first. Your efforts to maintain that are to be applauded. And I would just like to say, as you can tell here, there are groups, many of them with long histories, that are willing and able to help with human resources and financial resources. And the issues that exist with regard to the horses, whatever you perceive their origin to be, are resolvable. They can be fixed. And we are here to help fix them. As I came into this room today, I noticed in that corner coat rack on which I put my jacket. On that coat rack, there's an apron that says, agriculture, preserve it. We wholeheartedly agree. And to the degree that horses are part of the agricultural picture of the state, let's preserve them. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good morning. My name is Patrick McLaughlin. I live in Verdi. I'll make it short and simple. There were 13 animals that were rounded up, I guess it was last Wednesday, and they were taken away to the Carson prison in Carson City. I have a picture of the colt. I have a picture of the mother and the colt. The colt is about 6 weeks old. And I have a picture of the father. I want to buy these 3 horses. I want to buy them. I have to know who I paid money to. And if you people will please just tell me, I will take the horses and move them to Verdi. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Well, we're going to go ahead and conclude public input this morning. I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you. Does anybody in Las Vegas want to speak? Yes, ma'am.
Can you hear me now? Hi, my name is Denise DeLucia. As I said earlier, I'm here representing myself and my daughter, Wild Mustang Robin. I want to thank you for hearing us today. Some of us had noticed that the agenda had changed from it when it was originally issued, and that the Virginia Range wild horses were in the section for the director's report, but they're not there now. So I really hope that the director does cover this issue in his report today. Also, I wanted to say that, like thousands of others, Wild Mustang Robin has petitioned the governor, and it is our understanding that he's referring all calls back to the Department of Agriculture. That's why I'm bringing this up, to let you know that we haven't received any response, and if you would like to view her public video message, it's on YouTube. We would love to hear back from you about the Virginia Range horses. And also, at the risk of repetition, I just want to echo the tourism concerns. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Tracy March, and for the record, I faxed my statement last night to your office so that you have a hard copy of it. As a Nevada resident, I'm adamantly opposed to the current so-called management of our state's wild horses. I implore the Department of Agriculture to immediately stop the practice of luring, trapping, and sending horses to the livestock auction where they're destined to be purchased by kill buyers and sent to slaughter. You should instead return to working in cooperation with rescue groups and advocates to relocate or rehome any horses deemed nuisances. To better manage these horses, I ask the Nevada Department of Agriculture to discourage unauthorized feeding that encourages free-roaming horses to encroach into residential areas and onto highways. Instead, the department should reinstate authorized feeding in locations designed to keep horses away from developed areas and highways, and enforce the fence-out law that requires property owners to build barriers if they want to keep those horses out and other wildlife off their property. The Nevada Department of Agriculture must be more responsive to the concerns of Nevada citizens and tourists, and must stop removing the horses that have not been proven to be a hazard to the public or to properly fenced property. If the department continues with the current method of management, they can be sure that our state's economy will pay dearly, and on a much larger scale than it did in the spring of 2011 when the state legislature introduced AB 329, the bill that threatened to restrict horses' access to water. Fortunately, the Nevada State Natural Resources Committee, headed by Senator Mark Menendo, opposed it, and our economy was spared a heavier hit. Governor Sandoval recently touted tourism as leading the state's recovery, and at the annual Governor's Conference on Tourism recently, he stated that the industry generates some $56 million for the economy, employs 30% of the state's workforce, and creates 26% of all state and local tax revenues. So a tourism boycott will hit us where it hurts. The threat of a large-scale boycott is already very real if you pay attention to the social network. With the strength of today's social media, Fueled by the passion of horse lovers like us and around the world, it will not be long before Nevada's economy will be suffering
Thank
dramatically
you.
more than it already
Thank you,
is.
ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Next, please.
Hi, my name is Debbie Vineyard. I have a voice here for the horse. And Mitakiasin means all my relations, which means that everything in this universe has a place. What appalls me the most is that people act like these horses have no feelings. I mean, they were here long before we were. And when I think about the extermination of what's going on, it's absolutely inhumane and unacceptable. You know, these horses have a purpose. They were put here by a power greater than man. And for the pockets of the BLM and anybody else that's involved to have them exterminated, they have the wild Mustang's blood in their pockets. Behind every action of a human being, there are motives. And if the motives are not pure, God be with you.
Next, please.
Hi, my name is Jeff Dwyer. I've been a Nevada resident since 1961. I want to first congratulate Alan on his award, and as a former teacher and coach, Alan, I'm very proud of you for your accomplishments and also for fulfilling your civic responsibilities. I just came here to say, frankly, and based on what I've seen in that room from the board and from the speakers, there's a wealth of creativity and knowledge in that room to bring to bear on this solution to this problem. I just want to say, let's not go through things too quickly. Most of the mistakes we make as a society were made because we think and act too quickly without having all the facts, and by the time we figure out we were wrong, it's too late to make the change. I don't want to see these wild horses go away. Okay, they're part of Nevada. Like I said, I've been here since 1961, and they've been part of my life in Nevada. I think most people in Nevada appreciate their existence here and what they contribute to the mystique of Nevada. This is a great state, full of bright, competent people, so why don't we give everybody an opportunity to work together to solve this problem and just not say there's only one way this has to be done. And thanks to all of you for the time you took to be here.
Thank you, sir. Does that cover everybody in Vegas? Thank you. Everybody, you're welcome to stick around and see what else happens in the great world of agriculture in the state of Nevada. Are you guys planning on staying? Because if you're leaving, I'd like to recess for just a couple minutes. Okay.
Thank you for your
You bet. We're off the record for a few minutes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a great day. And happy holidays. Every day. See, don't even need the chairman. It's all on that. Yes. Now, Vegas, are you hearing us okay? Wave your hands. Thank you. How about Elko? Did you hear? I think I saw him earlier. Elko, are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay. Thank you.
You never asked for public comment from Elko.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, you better start.
Public comment, Nelco.
No public comment, thanks.
Thank you. Good answer. Okay, item 3, Director's Report. Mr. Barbie, it's all yours.
And you guys all have this located under tab 3, and basically what I provided you with, and I'll hit a few issues briefly and quickly to make you aware of them, but then you have below that pretty much my meeting schedule for the most part, which gives, I think, a fairly good kind of overview in terms of the activities and things that I've directly been working on. And I'll try not to get in too deep to any of these pieces because we'll have all of our division administrators providing you with a yearly update later on in the meeting. We have moved from, every meeting the division administrators giving an update to trying to do it in a more general, and then I'll make you aware of any specific issues as we get through the year. But I also want to have an opportunity yearly for the division administrators to present and interact with you as well. To start with, we have been, and since this has been since at least 6 months, 7 months, through the Governor's Office of Economic Development and the Northern Nevada Development Authority, working on an ag study, and I have mentioned that previously. That is in its final draft stages, and we are looking at having some last minute edits. We have had the new NAS data, USDA NAS data on ag production released. And then we hope that this will be released to the general public mid-January, early January, somewhere in there, prior to the legislative session. Once we get the date finalized, we would also then put an invite out to the board members to come participate in that rollout. The committee that has done the work, Governor's Office of Economic Development, Northern Nevada Development Authority, several ag associations have been involved in that, along with other agencies, USDA, and so it's a very comprehensive review of the ag industry, and we have some very surprising information that's going to be coming out with that. In general, some of the good news is it really identifies and connects the agricultural processing industries along with the ag production organizations. And in that, we've identified that agriculture represents right around a $5.3 billion economic impact or presence within the state's economy. So that's significant, very significant, $5.3 billion. So that's my teaser for when it comes out. Yeah.
Estimated frequency.
Yeah. So it's very significant. And I think some of the industry sectors that are identified and where they're located in the state will be another piece that will be very, very surprising and really, good news. We've been involved in the sage grouse activity project as that's been going through. As hopefully you're aware of, the Department of Agriculture has one of those positions that has been identified in that project. And those will be the sage grouse. I'm probably going to get the title wrong. Sage ecosystem team. Jeff can clarify for me. What's it called?
The technical team.
The technical team, but they have a special name for them, Sage something team.
Another acronym.
Yeah, I'm sure it eventually will become. Their offices are going to be located in Carson City, Endow, Department of Ag, Natural Resources. I'm forgetting one more. Agencies will have representation on that team, and they will report directly to the Sage Grouse Council. The council is close to being formed. That membership hasn't been released yet, but we expect the governor's office to disperse that info hopefully within the next couple of weeks. I know they're getting close, so as soon as they confirm board membership and have that solidified, then that will be coming out as well. That is intended to be more of an ongoing program in that as other species issues arise beyond sage grouse, that group will be responsive to that. It's intended that it'll be permanent. The first year is going to be general funded. The second year will be half general fund, half agency funded. And one of the topics that's coming up next, I believe, no, it's in my update. I'll explain a little bit more on that. I did want to make you aware relative to one horse issue that 2 weeks ago there was a fairly significant collision in Pleasant Valley on 395, and what we had was a small convertible vehicle that impacted 3 horses. And that was the lead vehicle, and 3 horses passed in that accident. We're just very lucky that the young lady that was driving, I think, had a mild concussion, but was not seriously injured. It's safe to say that she's very, very, very lucky that she wasn't hurt more significantly in this issue. And so when we talk about the public safety rationale for collecting horses in urban areas, this is specifically what we're trying to avoid from happening. They had a second vehicle that impacted the horses that were deceased on the roadway right after she had had the accident, and it basically took that vehicle out. In addition, we want to let you know that those horses were within the area of where we had had a trap set 3 weeks prior to that. That trap we had to remove because of pressure from the advocacy groups. The trap actually being chained shut by advocacy groups and threats that were made to the property owner that was allowing us to trap in there. Just in general, you know, I think that the horses that passed, and surely the citizens that are impacted the horses would have been better served had we been able to collect those horses and take care of them through that method. We have collected to date over 140 some odd horses, but that's all relative to public safety. The food and nutrition merger is that was talked about in the I think it was just in the appeal when the agency request came out. It's continuing to move forward, and that would be a merger of child nutrition, commodity foods, and the Dairy Commission into a division that would be food and nutrition under the Department of Agriculture. And again, part of that rationale is that we want to do a better job in those programs. We think that we can offer some different leadership opportunities and some different structure over here that could be helpful. But again, also to specifically try to impact the state's economy as significantly as we can with those programs as well. Budget is continuing to move forward. Our stuff is obviously in the governor's office, and so we'll see what comes out in the governor's rec. I did attend the Farm Bureau Convention and the Cattlemen's Convention, and my biggest role there was discussing the possible head tax increase to create an equilibrium in the animal identification account, stabilize it basically for the long haul. We received support from the Cattlemen's and the Farm Bureau to help us in doing that, in addition to us meeting them halfway in terms of making some cuts in that account. So we've agreed to that, and we put in those and finalized those changes, and that should come out hopefully in the governor's rec office. But it would be the most significant, obvious increase that was agreed upon that would bring in revenue was on the cattle side, and that went from 28 cents to 50 cents, I believe. I'm looking at Boyd, that's right. That's where what they agreed upon level was. Earlier, some of you, hopefully most of you, had the opportunity to meet Jeff Sustich before we started the meeting. It looks like he will be starting over here January 7th as our new Ag Marketing Coordinator. That position was approved in November at IFC. That will move the WUSADA program, or the Western United States Agriculture Trade Association, and the USDA Market Access Funds from the Governor's Office of Economic Development into the Department of Ag and under our management. The idea in doing that is to have a closer working relationship and contact directly with agriculture producers and processors in getting those accessing the USDA MAP funds for marketing purposes. In addition, we will take over the staffing management of Nevada Grown, and this will put us in a position similar to states surrounding us. I think Utah has Utah Zone as an example, and basically any Nevada product that we have coming out of the state, Jeff will be working with those producers, those business owners, to try to bring that in under the Nevada Grown label, so that as our products move out of state or in the state, the public has a real clear identification of the agriculture products that are produced here, and that brings more attention and recognition to the ag industry, and is part of our marketing strategy from that angle. And so we're very excited to have him. He's been doing WUSADA. He was a WUSADA intern when it was the Governor's Office of Economic Development. He was managing the program at Governor's Office. And now he will come over here and continue with that program, but make more connections with the ag industry, and then take over the Nevada Grown piece, which they're going to fit seamlessly together, because basically it's going to be making business connections with business owners and really marketing the ag products that we have in the state.
What was his name again?
Jeff Sustich. Young man's a UNR graduate, speaks 3 languages, goes abroad, very highly recommended. We're very excited to be bringing him on board. Cyber Enterprise IT, which is our, what we refer to as Do It. We've been working with them in the Office of Homeland Security, and we're working on funding fiber to the building. I was hoping, idealistically, in July that we would have been able to get that done by this meeting. We have not, so that's where we're kind of still in the lurch in between of going full on the web meeting management versus still having the packets. We hope to have that in place by our next board meeting in March. All the paperwork's underway and everything, and basically Homeland Security will pay the cost of having fiber delivered to the building, which will give us enough, I'm speaking way out of my qualifications here, bandwidth opportunities so that we can have conferences without having to shut computers down. We can have conferences, have you guys on the Wi-Fi and be able to get on to the board website and do the meetings interactively. So we won't have to print as much material, and you'll have access to it earlier, sooner than later. And that's where we're trying to get. But the Homeland Security is supporting us in that this is a FEMA disaster recovery facility because of some of the facilities that we have here. And so we're trying to work better with them to become this more of an active link in the state's security system. Story County. Many of you may be aware, or it's been referred to in the press at different times, we do have a case, an investigative case underway in Story County DA's office. That's continuing to move forward, and that's relative to horses that were sold to advocate groups that were then turned loose on open range in the Virginia range, and basically came back into our traps. And so they have 3 counts that are going through the court system: animal abandonment, lack of providing animals with feed, that's not the exact term, but that's basically what it is. And then in addition, turning livestock out on open range without a registry brand. Sorry, I'm just making sure I'm not missing anything significant. I did meet with the owner of Walker River Meat Plant Incorporated, and they came along with Northern Nevada Development Authority and did a tour of our facilities and talked about the processing plant that they're proposing in Lyon County and where they are in the approval side of things. And Vincent was very positive that those things are going to continue to move forward, and they hope to break ground soon. Their largest focus is going to be their largest focus overall is going to be kind of an organic, natural product. They're going to be feeding cattle on site. They're going to be feeding hogs on site. That will be, because they kind of have this drafted plan of an on-site feedlot system, as well as taking Nevada swine, cattle, and possibly sheep. I think maybe sheep as well, through the process under contract as well. And so their last plan that I heard, they were looking at 500 head a day of critters that would move through that processing plant. And so that's still underway and moving forward is the update that I have there. And then finally, lastly, we are also working with Enterprise IT to get set up where we can take credit cards, both online and through phone apps, and be in a secure system where industry folks that are working with us that we collect fees from would be able to do that in a secure method. We see this eventually going through all of the programs that we have that we're collecting funds from. It's going to give us great advantage in terms of efficiency, and that we're not processing thousands of checks a year, hopefully, as we try to shift people more into that new media or new IT opportunity. But it would be set up for those that are in the field. One of the examples I would think, if you're going to be doing a nursery inspection, where the field staff would be able to do the paperwork eventually all online on their phone or on their iPad, and then also be able to collect payment at that time. And those two would be tied together with obviously unique invoice numbers so that we could track all this. Additionally, what we're trying to do is on the data side, is that the data of the inspections, what's being inspected, any findings, would all go into a comprehensive database, and we're looking at what are the most common cost-effective data systems and slowly transferring all our programs into one data system, which Enterprise IT would help us with. We would retain ownership. It would not be a contract. There would be some initial costs up front, but initially over the long term, we think it will be more cost-effective. But ultimately, it'll give us the opportunity then to query those databases and be able to provide the ag industry with more information sooner, quicker, to be able to facilitate either federal requirements that are coming down, for example, on the livestock side, or promotion and marketing of the ag industry itself. And that's where we're headed with that. So this is the initial starting point. Yes, sir.
Mr. Crowley, on something like that, is it good to own it? Because things change so rapidly. I mean, do you have the support to get the fixes and updates?
Based historically on not owning it and the issues that we've had there, that's why we're kind of headed this direction. And in saying that, what I'm emphasizing is it's not the app stuff. It will be kind of a contract thing, but we'll also, under our new budget, hopefully, have the staff that will actually do the work and that would be trained to do the work. So everything would be internal rather than us. Parts of it will depend on the state enterprise IT system and our working relationship there, but part of it will also be basically that we'll have the staff to do the job and ensure that we get things done. We've had historically some very expensive contracts that sit on a shelf and we've not gotten anything from because those contracts haven't been able to be maintained as budget goes up and goes down. So we're hoping that we have the staff that would manage it and then that would give us more long-term. The other thing is we're not necessarily chasing the most advanced cutting edge. That's not to say that we're going to start out from behind, but using the most common operating systems to do this so that we get the most longevity out of it, either through patches or through updates. And with that, that's the end of my update.
Okay, what I'll do is I'll open up for board members that have any questions for the director. Yes, Mr. Perez.
Jim, I have a couple of questions. I noticed in our budget code section 4254, which is the Virginia management range area, we don't have any revenues for that. We as board members are liable, and I think we've discussed this before, because we have the duties and responsibilities of protecting and safeguarding that area. I basically agree with the majority of a lot of the information here that was presented by the public. I guess my concern is and this sustainable management is what we need. But in the order to get there, what's the herd size have to be? What kind of protection do we have to have? In the way of maybe fencing, and I'm really concerned about these traffic problems that we have and things like that. How do we get through that?
Do you have a concern?
Mr. Chairman, Dennis Belcourt, this is a director's report, and of course, I think it anticipates discussion or some response. It's probably something, if we're going to get into an agenda item, that needs to be re-agendized for a future meeting. But, that's basically my only small concern at this point.
And I'll just clarify two issues that issue position. First, the funds that pay for this activity are completely livestock fees. There is no taxpayer funds as per general public taxpayer funds in that account for identified for this. And I don't know where your second question.
Well, I guess my concern is.
The only thing I would say in terms of the liability is in statute specifically it identifies, and I understand we've had that argument before, but I would just draw a reference that statute identifies that the state nor its entities or employees bear any liability related to stray, feral, and I'm not sure the exact term, but accidents, whatever, however they stated in statute is specifically so. That would be our reference relative to. But with that said, that's why we're doing what we're doing with the funds that probably aren't appropriate for that, to be doing that, is related to public safety. We also, I want to sleep at night, and where we have these horses that are in roadway areas and in urban areas, we have to do something. We have to pick them up. And so far, that's the only horses that have been collected in my tenure here, are those that are actually trapped in urban areas.
I get, my main concern is this have to be manageable, like the U.S. Fish and Wildlife. They manage the herds of the deer and everything else, and we've got a specific area that we're technically supposed to be managing, if I'm correct.
Well, actually, no, it's not a management area. It says that we're responsible for feral and stray livestock. Because the statute 569 is feral, stray livestock, not even horses. Now, horses are identified in that statute as a livestock. So whether that be in the Virginia range or Clark County.
But it's, okay, what my end question is, what is the number of horses that we can sustain on that area and satisfy, the public and eliminate any problems that we have with the traffic and public safety?
First, I would say management of that is a full issue, has a dollar price tag associated with it, and that has to come from somewhere. The fees that we're currently utilizing are probably out of direct alignment with what the fees are for, but again, we're dealing on the public safety side, so we're chasing from that angle. In terms of management or equilibrium numbers on the Virginia range, there was a study that was done, and I'm not exactly sure of the date, within the last 15 years, 10 years. I think it was either when Henderson was here or Iverson was here. And it identified a balance number around 600 horses on that range. And I can get you a copy of that. I know we have copies of that on file.
Mrs. Morrison, did you have anything?
I had a question with regard to any fencing along highways within DOT.
Lots. That's something I actually should have mentioned in my report too. I forgot. I know that they're putting in a new fence along Alternative 95 between the four-way at Stagecoach and Fernley. And so that's going to be somewhat beneficial. There's already a fence on the other side of the road, so the horses weren't coming onto that. I mean, there was nothing drawing them there to that roadway, so it's going to be beneficial. It isn't going to be a negative. Highway 50 and the new roadway constructions that they're doing there, it's my understanding that there's a fence going along parts of that and that there's some kind of access gateways. Now, if those are guarded or not, I'm not sure on that. And I know at a certain point, when you get into Mound House or Ford's Mound House, that fenceway will end. I think it's basically when that roadway opens up there at Mound House or somewhere there in Dayton, that area, it's going to end. So there will still be where horses can come down through access roads that are off the highway.
So, any other fence projects?
Not that I'm aware. And I think that there's a legitimately so a little bit better, this is my opinion, a little bit better safety issue on the 395 side simply because of the new 580 freeway. The majority of the cars are going there. Of course, the downside of that is there's less road noise and traffic on the old 395. So during the daytime, as long as folks are hopefully careful and watching, it's not as much of an issue, but for example, this accident happened, I believe, at around 5 a.m. in the morning, and it's dark, and for one vehicle to hit 3 horses, my assumption is that there were probably more than 3 horses that were on the road when that happened.
Well, the ones who are gonna start squawking and other people hit horses is the insurance companies and their attorneys.
Yes, Mr. Vogler.
Jim, sorry, is there a good deal of state land in this area, or is that private land, or is it BLM?
It would be private, then federal, and then state. There's very little state ground on that property. On the Highway 50 side of things, there's a checkerboard of federal ground, which I think is where Don's permits are. And then northward, north to north center, there's, from the map, hopefully this is somewhat accurate, stay with grain of salt, I think there's 4 sections of BLM, 4 or 5 sections of BLM.
But the bulk of the majority of the land in that area is private.
The statute relative to stray or feral specifically states that feral or stray livestock that are moving on private, federal, and state lands. So that's why we would bear responsibility for feral and stray. And with that said, I think some private property owners do have certain private property rights that overlap or interact connectively with those state responsibilities.
But it is a fence-out situation if you want to keep them off your property.
Right.
Thank you.
Mr. Spratling.
Director Barbie, I mean, my concern is there where you have that much private, what is the feeling of the actual large property owners that are there, up on the range lands themselves? Those property owners.
There's a mix in there, and of course I'm not totally familiar with all the private property owners. There is one large property owner up there, and he's worked, I know, with the advocate groups in different times at different settings. The horses that we're talking about in Story County under that DA case were specifically set loose on his property, is my understanding, with his permission. But that property is not fenced, which then allowed those horses to drift off of that property, which then brought the issue that we're in now. I'm not sure that answers your question, but that's where our understanding and relationship has been on that.
So would they be considered, if the owner, where they reside on a piece of private property, does that owner, in fact, with our laws, is it?
I don't know if they reside.
Does he have to say, these aren't my horses, in order for them to be declared feral, or are they his because of where they sit?
The statute doesn't clarify that I've seen. I'm looking at Dennis to correct me if I'm incorrect. But I haven't seen, the only thing that addresses the private property issue is that basically it says in there, that I'm aware of, is that it states in there that feral, stray livestock moving or roaming on private, state, federal ground. So they can be identified as feral and stray. That's not to say.
By whom? I would think that the owner would have to say, these are strays or not mine or feral or something.
Right.
They would have to make some sort of formal declaration for them not to be his.
And where we haven't done anything really on the range side of things, we haven't crossed that bridge, as it were, because we're basically have only dealt with the horses that have come into urban conflict areas, whatever you want to call them. So that's not to say that that's not something that we need to look at, but we've only dealt with the public safety side.
Yeah, I can see it talks about stray and feral horses, but I thought, who has to weigh in to have them fit the legal definition of stray or feral?
You see, the issue is they've neither requested us to pick up horses on their private property, and we've not requested to have access to their private property to pick up horses. So I guess that makes it as clear as mud.
Mr. Jones.
Grady Jones for the record, Director of RB. There was a lot of talk from the advocates about cooperative agreements, and I was wondering if you could speak really briefly on the statutory limitations on that, or does that need to be agendized for a future meeting? I just wanted to be clear that it needs to be agendized, and we're not avoiding the issue, that there are some statutory limitations regarding cooperative agreements.
Can I address?
I think you can answer the
Fine.
question. I think the only question I had is if we begin deliberating on an issue, and then it becomes an issue that has to be re-agendized.
I'll just stick with the defining the cooperative agreements. The cooperative agreements specifically under statute talk about control and placement. And historically, the cooperative agreements that I'm aware of, that we have copies on file, were for the placement, gentling of the stray feral horses. And after a year's time of quarterly reports and our staff, I guess, doing inspections, going out and looking at the issue, then that entity could gain ownership in those animals. It does not give the authority to manage the Virginia range through cooperative agreements. And that specifically was something that after I got here, I had forwarded to the Attorney General's office as a request, is this an opportunity where we could put several advocacy groups together and have them manage things out here. That statutory authority does not exist. I don't have the authority to transfer management activities. Any horses historically that have been moved or anything like that was done by Department of Ag staff when we had Department of Ag staff that were general funded doing those activities prior to 2009. So the cooperative agreements say the Department of Ag may enter into a cooperative agreement for control and placement of feral or stray livestock, not even horses, feral or stray livestock. And that largely legislative intent, as I understand, was the pickup and the placement, much like animal control, which is why the term control is actually used in there as well. So not as liberal of an opportunity there as some believe.
Mrs. Morrison?
Jim, I was not aware until you just showed me those pictures that the horses were drifting as far over as 295. How many horses are drifting that far over?
Well, I would suggest more than we've collected, and we've collected over 140 today. And that is from a collection period of Mayish, June-ish. And when we started having to pick up horses last year, it was around September-ish, and the drought has had a significant impact. And as a comparison, this year to date, if we're at 140-ish, last year at this time, the same time period, we took a total of 39 horses and collected. I would guess we were 25, 30 at that point.
Well, I'm going to say it again. We've got on our ranch in central Nevada, in one of the least traveled areas of the state, fences on both sides of the road for hundreds of miles. And I do not understand why NDOT has not fenced these major highways.
And I would just suggest, I think the 580 addressed it on the 395 site. Concur, I'm agreeing with you. But where there's reduced traffic, that's where the 395, the old highway, is not seen as big of an issue. Those border areas between the urban and the range, kind of up behind Sage Hill, along that hillside, if y'all are familiar with that area. Some of the comments that were made in here are accurate. There's fences that have been put up there by owners, and we don't know who's cutting them. It could be ATV folks, it could be horse folks, we have no idea. And I'm not going to suggest that any specific group is, but the reality is I have talked to some of those property owners, and those fences have been cut, and that has allowed horses to. And the reality is I've been up in the northern part of the Virginia range. I've looked at some of the horses in the south part of the Virginia range, and they as of August, they were in very poor condition. These are horses that when we've had great years, they come down or they've eaten, but we have poor years, it's an ebb and flow, and Mother Nature is dictating what things look like out there.
Do you want the floor?
Dennis is giving me a good look to X-nay on the.
Were you like this?
We're pushing our edge, I think, legally, so let's.
Thank you. Is there any more questions from the board? And just so everybody understands what's happening here, this is a very critical thing we all need to understand, is we have to be careful how we start engaging in conversation. And I'll tell you from experience, I can tell you, when you have a group of individuals that may have an issue where they disagree with the governing body, and it happens every time, is they will file ethics, open meeting law cases against you. And the last thing we want to do is engage in a discussion about this specific item when everybody was here today and now some of them have gone. And we don't want to exclude them from any discussion. So I'm going to go ahead and we're going to stop the question and answer session with the director, and we're going to move on. So everybody knows there's nothing trying to be hid from you. It's when we discuss this, it's going to be agendized, and everybody's going to know about it, okay? This was just the director's report of activities over the last several months, okay? All right. D, Director Regulation Adoption of NAC 586.011. This is information only. Mr. Martin.
To make you aware, and this goes back to the sage grouse issue, under the budgeting system, we were made aware that the positions that Department of Agriculture would have on that technical skills, technical team for the sage grouse issue and then future other invasive species issues, is half general fund and half agency. As I went through our fee structures and systems to identify what most closely fit that, it would be the noxious weed program, because our role on that is going to be basically a range specialist identifying issues around noxious weeds, so on and forth, have the plant material involved in the habitat development. Under NAC 586.011, the director has regulatory authority over setting the prices of the pesticide licenses from pesticide companies, or registration, not licenses, sorry, pesticide registration, in addition to the set-aside amounts for noxious weed management. Currently, there is a $10 set-aside and a $10 registration fee. We are comparing other states' registration fees for the pesticide product registration to see where we fall, either low or mid-level or high in comparison. In doing that, we are the lowest, along with Arizona. So we will be going to workshop and hearing reflecting setting a new price for pesticide registration and a new set-aside. So currently 10% of that money is set aside for noxious weed management. That represents a little over $100,000. We're looking at a $50,000 cost that we're going to absorb in the sage grouse position. In addition to that, I want to evaluate our opportunity to more aggressively engage in the invasive species issue or noxious weed issue in Nevada as per part of this bigger plan. And it is my intent to put out there the idea that we would have a larger set aside that would give us in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. Not sure where that will fall. That's part of the workshop and hearing process. That would then be taken out of that fee and put to use on Nevada grounds, the legality of public versus private versus state, to deal with some of these fire burn areas and ensuring that we bring native plant life back in and we control those invasive plant species. So where I'm at today, based on what we've seen, what I've heard from the different industry conferences, we would take a more active role in this noxious weed portion and would have a greater opportunity to play a more significant and important and by law required role. So I want to make you aware of that. I will be, that's not a board approval item. It doesn't require board approval, but I will keep you in the loop as we move forward. I will make you aware and give you updates on that. That is a director reg setting process. So basically, I'll send out information to put together a workshop, put together a hearing, and then I'll basically come to a final decision.
Mr. Barbie.
Mr. Vogler?
Noxious weed is a pretty generic term.
Correct.
Do you have a specific group of them, or, I mean, if we start getting into cheatgrass and Medusa head rye and da-da-da-da, I mean, there's not enough money in the state of Nevada.
Correct. I think that what we're looking at is more targeted, smaller projects that we're either, and I will say, I'm open right now. But I do think that just because cheatgrass, $100,000, $200,000 wouldn't even begin to make a splash onto cheatgrass, that doesn't mean that we should step away from it and not do anything. And so what we're trying to do is, and I'm hoping and we're encouraging board members to participate in the process, the workshop that they're done, to get your opinions and input on this, to create some kind of system that where we're putting money on the ground and it's having an impact, however that may be, to try to protect the use of ag grounds in the state of Nevada in this process. The general fund position, or the Sage Grouse position, that's $50,000. I got to come up with $50,000. We can do that with a pretty minimal fix in the pricing and the set aside. But I think it's important that we look at maybe making it a bigger impact. But I look to you guys to share with me and how that could work or how that piece may not work, and we need to rethink that. That's why we'll have a workshop hearing and before we get there.
Need to use sheep.
No argument.
What about the goat folks?
They haven't been contributing. We're going to talk about that now.
It's coming to a goat pen near you.
Yeah. They ain't going to be happy.
$1 per head going to be sufficient? Okay. Any questions on the item 3B? Very good. Moving on. Number 4, administration report. A would be the fiscal update to the board by John McEwen on the ASO 3. This is information only.
Good morning. I'm John McEwen, the ASO, here for the Department of Agriculture, and I'll go over the current FY13 budget, and I've also included the agency requested FY14 and FY15 budgets for each of the executive budget accounts. And before I get into that, what I'm going to be going over is the executive budget accounts, and those are budget accounts that has personnel associated with them. We also manage 8 non-executive budget accounts. I didn't prepare updates for those because most of those we have no control on either the spending of those accounts or the revenue collected in those accounts, with the exception of 3 of them, I believe. And those, and 2 of those hasn't had any activity since I've been here, probably for years before that. One's weed abatement, which initially $100,000 put into that account, and the expenditures from that account is when we're called upon to go out and abate property because the property owner didn't do that. And then the revenue source is after we do that, then we bill the property owner for what those costs are. So that budget account normally stays about $100,000. And then other ones are similar to that. So, and then also in the budgeting process, there's actually 3 steps in that process. One is the agency, which is us, prepares the budget the way we want to see it a year ahead of time. Then that goes, we have a closeout date that we can no longer make any changes to that. And that goes over to the budget office, which is updates are made, changes are made per the governor's directions, and that later comes out in January as the governor's recommended budget. So a lot of things could be changed and have been changed, but most of those I don't even don't know what they are and won't know until the public knows. And then after the GovRec budget is submitted, that is what the legislature looks at during their session, and then they're free to make changes as they want. So the FY14 and 15 budgets that I present are probably going to be pretty close to the way they will end up, but no guarantees on that, and all of them definitely will change in the other 2 processes. And then also, as I go through, I'll try to be speedy. If there's a particular issue that you want to address, please stop me before I go to another budget account and we'll address those. However, if it's strictly an operational type question, remembering that I'm mainly an accountant, and I can tell you the numbers, but and have a vague idea of what the programs are. But if it's strictly a program type question, you might write those down, and when the administrators come up to present their part, they will be more familiar on the operational side. But you can ask a question, and if I can't answer, I'll let you know, and then you can present that to the administrator. So the first budget account is 4537, and that's gas pollution standards. And one, you'll note that there is no FY14 or FY15 budget for this budget account. And that's because the agency recommended budget is moving 4537 gas pollution standards into 4551, which is weights and measures. And that's the weights and measures administrator is the one who administers that budget account as well. So, but we do have the FY13 budget, and as you can see, and we'll see that in other budget accounts, the first column, the revised budget authority, that's not necessarily the beginning budget authority, but it is the budget authority after any work programs have been approved and implemented. So that would be the new, what we call legal budget. The next column is work programs in process, and that column is for any work programs that I'm currently working on, I've submitted, but it hasn't been approved yet. And so in the case of 4537, the work program in process, it was to meet the IFC yesterday, but it was withdrawn. Prior to that, I resubmitted another work program for the January IFC. And the problem with this work program is that we were needing to purchase some additional test equipment for antifreeze testing, which we're moving out of 4545, which is currently setting into 4537. But then in order to really do good tests, they need more test equipment. But of course, the test equipment costs more than the revenues received within 1 year. So the reason we withdrew that is that it wasn't thought to be appropriate to use gas pollution standard reserves to pay for equipment for antifreeze testing. So the end result work program that I processed Monday is going back to 4545, the account that originally had the antifreeze testing in it, and looked at revenue they received during years where they did no antifreeze testing. And then the philosophy is if they did no testing, then they have no expenditures. So I added those amounts up and transferred, with this work program, transferring those monies out of 4545 reserves into 4537 reserves to pay for that equipment.
Excuse me, just a question for you. I just want to make sure, so what you're saying is 4537 is eventually going to go away?
It is a program to not be in existence on July 1st of 2013.
Okay, thank you. So it'll all be going under 45?
Yeah, so everything was, how we prepare the budget is, we treat 4537 the same way we would any other budget account. See, everything that we need, all the projected revenue, all the projected expenditures, work that way through, and then we have what we call a decision unit, which is the last decision unit that moves every adjustment that we made into 4551. So that's if the governor decides he doesn't want to do that, or the legislature decides that they don't want to do that, all we do is eliminate that last decision unit, and then 4537 will exist. Any other questions on 4537? All right. So the next one is 4540, which is our plant health and quarantine service. As we see, this is an appropriated account, and that's where all the revenues comes from, is appropriations, and we have to be, there's no reserves to draw on if we should exceed our expenditure budget, so we have to be especially careful in appropriated accounts that we stay within the budget, because getting extra general fund money in this economic time is very difficult. But then one thing we can look at as we go from FY13 to the FY14 and FY15 budgets is the significant increase in appropriations from FY13 to the FY14 and FY15 budget. And the reason for that is it's not that we have more expenditures, but how cost allocations to the administrative budget account was made in prior years. We calculated what the cost allocation was for 4540, and since those were general fund dollars, rather than putting the general fund dollars into 4540 and then transferring out of 4540 into the administrative account 4554, 4554 had appropriations, and those appropriations mainly came from those budget accounts that had appropriations. So the appropriations that would have went into 4540 came into 4554. Yes, Jim.
And I would just make a clarification comment. The rationale behind moving our general fund out of the administrative account and into the actual functional accounts is we feel that we're going to position ourselves to make a better case to the legislature that these general funds are going towards projects that are benefiting all citizenry rather than some industry sector of agriculture. And this is similar to other agencies, it's an attempt to create more balance and fairness in our cost allocation. Then all those programs will pay cost allocation towards the administrative account and staff operations in a more balanced manner to help us also get in better graces with the legislature relative to our cost allocation. So in other words, I can make a better case that animal laboratories is specifically benefiting as well as the industry, but our statutes, our regs, our requirements are also more general citizenry through the rabies testing, through the disease tracking in the state, so on and so forth. Example would be entomology, plant pathology, those things that impact all citizenry, whether you're an agriculturist or a backyard gardener or you just live in a neighborhood. We're dealing with West Nile virus monitoring. That's why we're shifting these things around the way that we are.
Right, and now I'm going to make another point that It also affects 4554 because a budget account that receives appropriations, with a few exceptions, that any other revenue that they receive that wasn't budgeted, the first thing that revenue does has to decrease the appropriation. So 4554 currently have no reserves because of that reason, and it's much harder to adjust the budget in 4554 due to those appropriations being in there. So that was all I wanted to point out on 4554, unless anyone has a question on any of the three budgets. Okay, the next budget account is 4541, grain and certification of agricultural products. And also you'll note that there is no FY14 or FY15 budget for this account because our plans are to merge this account into 4545. And so the same procedures will be used to do that as we've done with 4537 and 4551. So the next budget account is 4545, agricultural registration enforcement. And with it, in the work programs and process, same as with 4537, those were what was proposed for yesterday. They were withdrawn, and the new work program has different amounts there, mainly in the reserve section, and also creating another expenditure category, which is transferred to 4537 for those reserves. And then as we look at the FY14 and 15 budgets, we see that now we have split the balance sheet into two pages, one for revenue, one for expenditures, and that's because of the addition of the revenue accounts associated with 4541 and the additional expenditure accounts associated with the merger of 4541 into that account. The next account is the 4546, which is livestock inspection. There we see in the work programs in process, which is now work program approved, it was approved yesterday, is that we're moving the laboratory charges that are currently setting in VetNet 4550 over into 4546, which is where they were prior to this biennium in FY 10 and 11. This laboratory charges were in 4546, and they were moved over for some reason. But that also created a problem working with it. Plus, as the director's already mentioned about changes in some of the livestock tax fees, is to help maintain or give this account a future, because if we looked at the reserves as they went through from FY13 to FY14 to FY15, we'll see that the drop in reserves is greater than the recording fees that we receive every 4 years. So eventually that account would be depleted. But in the FY14 and FY15 budget, the laboratory charges are in there. But we can see from looking at the 14-15 budget without that increase in the livestock taxes that that the reserve would continue to fund it. Yes, sir.
And just to draw attention to that, when we went forward to the associations, those numbers we shared with you were inclusive to this change. So we had those funds from the laboratory included in that, which is a fund up of around $183,000 coming in from the lab fee side. Two reasons that we did that. One is it's by Chapter 561 statutory requirement that those funds be deposited into animal identification. So how that happened last session, I don't know, but it happened. So in changing on this session, we're still supporting through the animal identification side the payroll costs in animal disease. In FY 14-15, the request budget that we put in, that will be wholly supported by general fund. And those fees will wholly stay in animal identification. The rationale in doing that, which I think is what the original intent when this was set up in 61, was that staffing under animal identification will assist animal health in the disease monitoring. So as we see USDA eventually come out with their new rule, we'll have those fees there that we'll hopefully be able to utilize with brand inspectors and appropriate folks to help us in some of the animal identification monitoring, however that lines up. So be aware that when we came to for the request for the head tax, that will be inclusive to the $183,000 fund up. It's not that we did that, get a little money from you guys, and then we transferred $183. That's not above. That was all part of the proposed budget.
Oh, okay, and then also in the work program and process, we saw where the revenue is being transferred, also down in the expenditure side, all the budgeted expenditures in 4550 during FY13 were also transferred over to 4546. And then moving on to 4550, which is DefMed budget account, we can see almost a mirror effect in the work programs and process being their part of what's being transferred out of their account into 4537. We combined the 4550 had two revenue general ledgers, 3701 laboratory testing fees, 3804 laboratory charges, which are essentially the same thing anyway. So moving over to 4546, we just used the 3804 RGF.
Yes, Mr. Orson.
On the appropriations for 4550, what's the difference between 2013 and 14?
As Jim had just mentioned, that those, when they moved the laboratory charges into revenue into 4550, they also fund mapped a lot of the microbiologists and people, personnel in 4550 against those revenues. Because like I mentioned earlier, if you're an appropriated budget account and you receive revenues from another source, the first thing that has to happen is the general fund revenue has to be decreased. So in FY12 and FY13, the general fund revenue was decreased because of that additional revenue coming in on the laboratory fees. But since our plan in FY14 and 15 is for 4550 not to receive those revenues, then the general fund picks up that difference.
You're seeking a larger appropriation of the general fund?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it mainly has to do with personnel.
Yeah, I know.
And can I make a quick comment on that question as well? Kinda. Because the other thing is we're pulling general fund out of administration and shipping it. So there's a little bit of a fund shift there. Our appropriation request is larger than our FY 12-13 budget reflected, from approximately about $500,000 a year more than in 12 and in 13. With the new budget and the new programs coming in, Our general fund requests, if funded as is, will represent less than 1% of our total budget. So there's kind of a all-around moving thing. This year, ideally, we would have been able to handle this completely in 12 and 13, transfer the money back over, have general fund pick up those costs in veterinary medicine. We would have had to have gone for the emergency general funds, which we did not want to do, so we said we'll move them over, we'll support those funds, FY 14-15, then general fund will pick up those differences so that money would be freed up to support those animal identification type activities that are so associated with the animal disease side.
And actually, I want to stand corrected. Jim's absolutely right, and I'd actually mentioned it earlier in the presentation that appropriated accounts in the previous or this year, the whatever their cost allocation was not given to them in appropriations, it was given to 4554. So if we look down at category 82, in FY 13, we see it was only 32,000, where in FY 14 and 15, it's over 200,000. So that's the largest.
That's been a long-standing discrepancy in that, in that account, hasn't it?
And we did have this fiscal year around 100,000 change, lower or higher, that went towards general fund, because we can't have a reserve that went into overage, because I want to say our expenses there were around $80,000 in staffing. So the key to all of this is statute requires it. So we're starting there. We're going back to do exactly what the statute, and some of what you're seeing in terms of consolidation of accounts is also to follow what our statutory authorities are telling us, and to simplify our accounting capabilities and procedures to follow the diversity use of the funds that statutory authority gives us. If the legislature changes their statutory authority, then that would obviously change as well. Right now, we're just trying to clean things up.
Yeah.
And as Jim stated there, with an appropriated account, when the year end closes, the difference between revenues and expenditures is reverted back to the general fund, where if you had reserves, that difference is cash and would be rolled forward into your budget account for the next year.
Mrs. Morrison, did you have anything else? Go ahead, John.
Okay, moving on to 4551, which is weights and measures. Again, this budget account for FY 14 and 15 is the revenues and the expenditures have changed somewhat because of the merger of 4557 into that budget account. And then one thing that when we look at the FY 14 and 15 budgets, you might take note of category 5, which is equipment, and see that they have significant budget amounts in both years, over 200,000 in both years, and that is the equipment that the program feels that it needs. Mainly it has to do with the livestock skill testing, to have the right vehicles on the road, the right equipment, and so those were budgeted. And then as we can see, looking at reserves, by doing that, there was no significant change in the reserves from year to year for doing that. Any questions on that? The 4552, which is the pest, plant, disease, nonsense food account. As we can see in FY 13, it had so many revenue accounts and so many expenditure accounts that I had divided into 2 pages. And these work programs in process, mainly they have to do, well, the first one, which is the RGL 3500, which is the specialty crop block. That is the personnel cost associated with our non-executive budget account 4548, which governs the expenditures from this account. But 4548 being a non-executive budget account has no personnel in that budget account. So personnel from 4552 manages that grant, and this work program adjusts the revenues received to pay for the anticipated cost of the two people in that budget account that work on that grant. And then, even though it's small, the next one, the Copra Beetle, that's just a new USDA grant. It's a very, very small grant, but any changes in your budget you have to put in. But the next one is the Hispanic marketing, the 35,000, and what that is a new grant the budget account received they partner with Hungry Mothers, an organization in pursuing and helping Hispanic farmers reach the marketplace. And then the next page just shows the anticipated new expenditures associated with those revenue budget changes. But then as we proceed to FY14 and 15, we see that now, instead of having to have 2 pages for revenues and expenditures, we're down to 1 page, and that is because the elimination of all of the ARA grants. The ARA grants were a little bit over 4 years, a little bit less than 5-year grants, and they're scheduled to be terminated actually in September of FY13, which would make it an FY14. Still exists in FY14, but we've spoken with our sub-grantees, which are the ones that are doing the work that's required on those ARA grants, and they all assure us that they're going to be completed by June 30th of this year. So our plans are to not have them included in the FY14 and 15 budgets, but should any of those sub-grantees not finish their work, it's just a matter of processing a work program in FY14 to put whatever was left over. There won't be any new money associated with the ARA grants, but if the existing money isn't all used up, we could still move whatever's left over into FY14 and 15. And then the next one is our administrative account, 4554. And with it, the main thing to look at there is a comparison of the revenues that were programmed in FY13 versus those that are expected in FY14 and 15, and we'll see that the real major changes have to do with those budget accounts that receive appropriations, being us receiving more revenue from them in FY14-15 because of lack of getting the appropriation. But you do see that we still have appropriations in FY14 and 15, although it appears to me that that number is wrong. The way I calculated it should be 40,000 even, so there's, as everything's moving around in doing the budget, a little over $9,000 got lost someplace. Yes, sir.
Hey, just to clarify what we've done there, and this was a decision that I made. We have $20,000 that flows through to the Rodeo Association, which is great, it's fantastic, not a problem. But I also felt that if we were going to support that program, it was important that we also supported the youth livestock programs through 4-H and FFA. So we requested an additional $20,000 in that private nonprofit directly, and that would flow to the Nevada Junior Livestock program for the State Stock Show, which is also that board being merged with the State Fair Board, so they'll have even greater authority, responsibility once we do that. But that's what that appropriation is a flow through to those programs.
And as Jim said, 20,000, 20,000 is 40,000. What we show right now is 30,000, so that's something that's going to have to be corrected.
And questions, we're also missing under the 14 and 15, the revenue that will be coming in from, that's the 4235. Where, is that where the child nutrition, large foods?
I don't know if it's all three or not. I know
But that's representing 4235?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, the next budget count is 4556, which is Warren Cricket budget count. It had, through the years, two grants, a real large grant and a to be a large grant, but not as large as the other one. And they were both due to terminate in June of 2012. So they originally wasn't even an FY 13 budget for them. I did a work program to bring it in. They did expand one of them to, well, actually, one of them did expire in June of 2013, and the other one, they extended what was left. Again, like the ARA grants, they didn't add any money to the grant, but anything that we hadn't spent in that grant, they rolled those forward into a new 4-year grant, a continuation of that one. So the FY 13 budget brought in what was expected, breaking those 4 years down into each year, brought in what we expect in FY 13, and then FY 14 and FY 15 what we expect in FY 14 and 15. Any questions on that? Okay, the last one, 4,600 predatory animal control. No major issues with this one, and of course they also have the FY 14 and 15 budget. So is there, yes?
Overall, what's the difference total budget, general fund and otherwise between the systems?
I would have to add it all.
Are we requesting more from the general fund next year than we did last year?
I can address that.
Yeah.
We're FY 14, FY 15, Jim Barbie for the record. We should be around $500,000 more across the budget in actual funds. Currently, I want to say general fund represents around 13% of our budget for 12-13. In FY 14-15, it'll represent less than 1%. Our total budget authority the next budget biennium, if everything were to happen as planned and we recognize this legislative, so on and so forth, our budget authority would go from roughly $10 million to roughly $140, $150 million. 50, I want to say fees would represent, I'm trying to remember, around 20-30% of the total budget. The remainder would be federal funds. One program that we're bringing in by itself represents roughly $120, $130 million.
Which one is that one?
That would be child nutrition.
Okay. We'll be like in
To reference the frame of that.
We won't even need to show up at the legislature. Just tell the legislature. Get it? Okay.
Thank you, Mrs. Morrison. Any other questions for Mr. McEwen before we move on, Mr. Vogler?
In your budget for 4,600,
There's an item in here called the Nevada Department of Wildlife Predatory Reduction. Is that a direct pass-through to
It's
wildlife
not,
services?
part of it is and part of it's not. It's broken into two. One, they support one position and actually, where's Mark? Is he somewhere? Well, that's okay. They partially support one position that are mountain lion hunters. So that is it's called a gift, and that money, without us doing anything other than employing that mountain hunter, is transferred over from Department of Wildlife. Then the other part of it, the category 15, I believe it is. Yeah, category 15, those expenditures is the 306,000 is what the budgeted expenditures are, but Mark's people has to do work on that project, and the cost of that work that they do on that project is billed to Department of Wildlife. So it's not a direct pass-through. It's we have to earn it, just like we're the vendor for wildlife, and we do the work that they've requested from their management plan, wildlife management plan, and whatever work we do, we bill them for that work. But it won't end up being the 306,000, most likely. Matter of fact, last year, what was about?
And that money's derived from the predator fund.
The $3 fee.
The $3 fee for everybody that buys the hunt.
Correct.
And does it follow the spirit of the law? My reading of it is that you're supposed to have that money in your control.
It's in NDOW's control, and then they decide how they want to distribute it.
It has that magic may word rather than shall.
Shall.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vogler. Any other questions for Mr. McEwen before we move on? Thank you, John.
Well, thank you, and board members.
Item number 5 is next. This is for petroleum technology and weights and measures. Item 5A is the Bureau requests approval to adopt as permanent the proposed changes to NAC 590 from LCB file R106-10. This is an action item. We'll go ahead and get a report from staff, and then I'll open it up for questions from the board and open it up for the public.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Bill Strajewski, Senior Petroleum Chemist with the Department of Ag. And hopefully I can be brief with my comments because there are a few new board members. I'd like to review the history of this briefly. Several years ago, we were working on updating a number of sections within our relevant chapter of the NAC, Chapter 590. One of these actions dealt with the biodiesel section of the chapter, and in that we removed reference to a specific year when citing the appropriate ASTM standards. We follow ASTM standards in our testing and our monitoring of fuels. At the same time, we also updated the price for purchasing a copy of the standard, which is something that we also need to include in our regulations. So moving forward, LCB file R10610 makes the same types of changes, removing reference to a specific year on a standard and updating the prices to their current level, but does it throughout the rest of Chapter 590. In other words, biodiesel had already been updated, but we looked at gasoline and diesel and so on. Now, It is dated 2010. There was a delay in getting the file back from LCB and a further delay in getting workshops and hearings held. And unless there are questions later, I'm not going to go through that. But if you're curious why this is still outstanding, there were some delays that we couldn't control. That said, once we dealt with the file, it was very straightforward to do that. All the interested parties were on board with these changes. They're common sense changes to make. And we found actually that in the interim, between the time that the file was created and the time that we were able to take care of it, one of the standards had actually had a name change. So we incorporated that also into our update. In the board packet, you have two relevant documents. One is the original draft, R10610, and there's a second document, which is just revisions to that draft, which arose out of our workshop and hearings. The revisions are only the above-mentioned change in one of the standards title, and also between the time of the creation of the file and taking care of it in meetings, some of the prices have changed again, so we updated those further. And I have already talked to LCB about that, and those were not substantial. They weren't changing any of the tone of the regs or anything, so they're fine with that. That's really all there is to it, and I'm happy to answer any questions from the board or the public, and like to ask the board to adopt these proposed changes.
Thank you, Bill. Questions from the board, Mr. Anderson?
Paul Anderson, it's actually not a question, just a comment. All the parties, as Bill attested to, were along with this. I mean, as you can see, some of this stuff's going back to 2002. One thing that I do want to point out, changes were not made to the regulation that took authority away from the board on regulations. So in other words, the board still has the authority within 120 days to stop something instead of automatically following a federal mandate. So the changes really were just more along the lines of administrative changes and updates. And I can't recall anyone opposing any part of it, if I remember correctly.
That's absolutely right, Paul. And thank you for that comment as well. Thank you for including that.
Thank you, Paul. Any other questions for Bill from the board? Seeing none, I'll open it up to the public. Anybody wish to address this item? Good. When it's going in your favor, don't say a word, right? Okay. I'll entertain a motion from the board. Yes, Mr. Anderson.
Chairman, I propose that I make the motion that we approve the LCB file R10610 along with the changes, the revisions to that on that final page.
So bring the adoption.
Yes. The motion was made by Mr. Anderson. It was seconded by Mr. Frey. Is there any discussion on the motion as it was read? Hearing none, all those in favor just signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimous.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Item 5B, an update. This is information only.
For the record, I'm Dave Jones. I'm the administrator for Measurement Standards. The purpose of me being up here right now is to provide the board an update on the division's actions. Basically, there are 7 of them, and I'll try to be brief. First one is that we're enthusiastic to now have the webpage active. This basically deals with weights and measures and also petroleum technology. There are some slight adjustments that we do need to make on it. We're scheduled to do those on the 21st of December. One of the neat features is that we have our forms posted on that website so that anybody who wants to whether it's place and service reports or whatnot, can go ahead and download it and then print it at their location. So that's one of the neat things that we got done. The second thing is that another neat thing that we're dealing with is that the Department of Agriculture has taken the initiative to be able to pay for actions or fees or whatnot via either the mobile devices or the web page. And right now, we are coordinating in phase 1 of that to get that program initiated. There are 3 phases in it. Primarily, we're only oriented in phase 1, and we're excited to go ahead and move forward on that. This is a joint venture between the Department of Agriculture and the Enterprise for Information Technology. That's number 2. Number 3, just to keep the board posted, we are in the middle of one of our 3 operational initiatives. That's Operation LPG, Liquid Petroleum Gas. We're doing fairly decent progress with that. I've got 4 new individuals that we will be hiring, and they will be on board January 7th. We're working with the industry to make sure we don't adversely impact them, especially the vehicles that need to distribute the LPG during the winter months. In addition, the second initiative that we're dealing with right now is price verification. This is a information gathering period that we're looking to impact NAC 581, in which we have a established committee regarding modifications for NAC 581. I will get into that later. Bottom line is both of these operations are scheduled to conclude before we start the infamous Operation Livestock Scale, and that's more resource and personnel intensive, and that should be about April 15th. Fourth item that I'd like to briefly discuss is the manganese issue. Just to let you know where we are on the schedule. In regards to manganese, we've conducted a workshop on November 13th. I've collected numerous information. Bottom line is that I've passed the language off to the Legislative Counsel Bureau. They've assigned it a number, LCB file R189-12. The next action that we're looking to initiate is a second workshop, and that workshop will be conducted in the 3rd week of January. Fifth item, antifreeze testing. We're making headways in antifreeze testing. Currently, we're doing some antifreeze testing. We performed 3 out of the 8 recommended tests on antifreeze. We are looking to purchase a 4th item of equipment here within the next few months, and depending on how what's the word I'm looking for? It depends on when we can get into the IFC. We're looking at purchasing the other 4 of 8 items so that we can fully perform 8 of 8 tests on approximately 100 to 110 samples annually. 6th item, oil testing. In regards to 561, we now have our first new piece of oil equipment. We're looking at purchasing 2 others in order to test oil. Bill, if I could defer to you, what would be those 3 items that we're testing for?
For the record, Bill Strajewski. For oil testing, two of the most important properties of a properly operating oil are its viscosity in very cold temperatures and its viscosity in very hot temperatures. Obviously, at least drivability and at worst engine damage can occur if either of those is out of phase. And the instrument that we have recently purchased is what's referred to as a cold cranking viscosity instrument. It measures the viscosity of the oil at temperatures from -5 Celsius down to -35 Celsius, depending on what grade of oil it is. And we're getting up to speed with that. The other two instruments, one is to look at viscosities at higher temperature at 100 Celsius at the other end of the range. And then also the NRS Chapter 590 refers to the flash point of oil, and the last instrument that we're trying to acquire will do that analysis.
Thanks, Bill. The seventh item deals with NEC 581. As you know, that we're in the middle of workshop regarding changes to 581. We do have an LCB file number for 179-12, but we're not completed with that yet. 581, we're in the middle of fact-finding, I guess, accumulating more data in regards to price verification. And we look to follow up with a second workshop in February, March, once we conclude that 6-month fact or data accumulation workshop. We put forth 9 out of 12 changes to the LCB. They approved 8. We still have 3 outstanding. We'll address those in the second workshop. Subject to your questions.
Any questions for? Yes, Mr. Sprowley.
It seems to me a lot of these products that you're testing are probably nationally distributed products, I would think, with oil and antifreeze. Do we get very many samples that are not within compliance?
In regards to oil, we haven't collected oil samples yet, and Bill, feel free to correct me on this. I believe some of the issues may be local oil distribution, correct?
If I may, for the record, Bill Strajewski. In general, I would agree with your thinking, but this has become in recent years more of an issue that the American Petroleum Institute, API, has become aware of and is concerned with. And I've also spoken with some of my colleagues from other states, and they have more mature oil testing programs, and they will find things even on shelves that are not registered correctly. But indeed, more I think of the problem is bulk oil sales to what they refer to as do-it-for-me oil change places. And I don't want to besmirch anybody by using a brand name or anything, because I'm not implying anything like that, but that somebody just has a tank full of oil that they got from wherever and may not even be fresh. It may be used oil, and those get sold in bulk, and I think that's where a lot of API's concern is, at least at this point.
Anything else, Mr. Sprowley?
No, thank you.
Mr. Anderson?
Just kind of adding to what they're saying is that, one, it's actually NRS that they're matching with what the regulation is on the statutes that they're supposed to be doing. But the petroleum industry, on the most part, is behind this entirely, because the last thing you want is to see those individuals that are producing and dispensing a product that is not meeting the requirements for the current vehicles. And that's, like I said, in general, the industry is supporting what they're doing here.
Yes, Mr. Barbie.
Just quickly, while these guys are up here, I really want to acknowledge the leadership provided by Dave and Bill both over the last year. We had, to give you some examples of the hurdles that they've accomplished, and there's been hiccups along the way, and there always will be, and we're not pretending that there's not. But these guys have worked very hard to ensure that we're meeting those statutory requirements. And in some cases, the example would be the testing of scales that was being done biannually rather than annually in a short amount of time with the same resources, same staff. They doubled their outputs, and we got out to every livestock scale this year, which is the difficult part because they're in the very rural areas. And so the weights and measures of the Petroleum Division should be commended for their hard work. In addition, specifically under Bill's house, there was a great length of period where oil testing was not happening, antifreeze testing was not happening. Both of those are underway. And so they worked very hard to ensure that we're meeting our statutory responsibilities and requirements. And I know that is important to the board. It's important to me. That was one of the things that we put in place to make sure it started happening. And these guys stepped up and made it happen. And so I just really want to commend them for their hard work. It's acknowledged.
Thank you, guys. Well, can I make was one more comment? Paul Anderson for the record. I know I've been encouraging all of you to talk to your industries about the NAC 581. As far as those workshops, I strongly encourage all of you to get involved because truly it's going to impact pretty much every one of the industries, whether it's scales, retail sales, or everything in between. So as you see the notifications for those workshops, I encourage at least to try and have some industry representation. I was actually kind of disappointed to see that there was such a small turnout for things that really will be affecting each and every one of you. That's it.
Thank you. Mr. Vogler.
Speaking of livestock scales, 97% of the sheep have gone out of Nevada, and over half of the cattle have disappeared since 1970s, 1980s for sure, in that same time frame. So are you seeing more livestock scales, or are you seeing fewer livestock scales?
If I may, I can. I believe it went from, what was it, 362 to 343, but I don't quote me on it, but what I remember from reading it was a drop in about 20 scales that we had to test annually, and we were able to make that happen.
You'd think it would be dropped
Yeah,
out more
I don't know.
by a slug.
I don't have a good answer to that.
Well, and just to add to that, I think in some cases you've seen some drop off, but we've seen some that have come on. I know, like, I think Barracks opened up some new ranch property and put some new scales in, so there's a little bit of yin and yang on that deal. But, yeah, that would give our net decrease, as it were. And I think may have been some, and correct me if I'm wrong, Dave, some scales that were having issues in passing, or the cost to get them to the point of passing, that may have chose not to certify, to fall off the list because maybe there's a set of scales nearby and it's more cost effective to utilize a neighbor scale or another set of scales somewhere else. Yes, sir.
Mr. Spratley.
Just, I maybe in response to what Hank was asking, in that I think they went through a phase that, in a production sense, a lot of family operations, a lot of individual ranches decided it was more cost effective in their marketing to weigh cattle on their own premises as opposed to trailing them 3 miles down the road and weighing on somebody else's scale. So I think that's why you saw, an increase in though livestock numbers were decreasing. I think you saw more operations, that obtained their own scale. And now we're starting to see that, maybe that attrition will start from that point, slowly coming down.
Good point, thank you. Any other comments for Mr. Jones? And as he would so finely put it, how about Operation Lunch? All right, we'll go ahead and take a recess, be back at 1 o'clock, and everybody have a good lunch hour.
Lunch is set up and ready.
being in the Board of Ag.
Mr. Barbie?
And just as a follow-up, please recognize that this is a statutory requirement as it stands today. If the legislature takes some action over the February on, it would affect this. I have not seen anything come out yet. That doesn't mean it's not buried in there somewhere. But until then, you have a statutory requirement to fill the advisory board for this piece. It's not a regulatory piece that we can make a decision whether or not to act on.
Yes, Mr. Sproul.
I see 7 names on here. Are there 7 positions? Is that correct?
I apologize, I believe that's correct. There is 6 producers and 1 dealer rep, not 5 and 1. I apologize.
But there are 7 slots on the board, correct?
Correct.
I'll entertain a motion.
I so moved.
Second.
Motion was made by Mr. Vogler, seconded by Mrs. Morrison. Is there any more discussion on this motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Motion passes unanimous. Next item is to request approval of dispersal of money from the alfalfa seed promotion account.
Okay, again, those funds are coming from an assessment levied against alfalfa seed produced in the state. That money is in turn used to fund the program of research as deemed necessary by the board or by the industry. In lieu of conducting local research, these folks lately have been contributing to this national outfit. That's the National Alfalfa and Forage Alliance. They see NAFA's objectives and their work in that field as valuable, and so in addition to the dues that are assessed by NAFA based on acreage within the state, the board has been offering additional contributions the last few years. Again, they see that objective or the work done by NAFA as valuable. They would like to donate $20,000 from that alfalfa research and promotion account to NAFA. Currently, that account holds just over $73,000.
By the way, for the record, the agenda does state it's $20,000, so that'll be included in the motion when it's made. Is that correct?
Correct.
20,000 even?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any more questions on this item? Entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Sproutley?
I move that we approve the dispersal of money from the alfalfa seed promotion account.
Motion's been made.
$20,000.
Thank you. Second. Mr. No makes the second. Any discussion on this motion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Motion passes unanimous. Item C, request permission to go to workshop and hearing to amend NAC 587.340 to allow a fee to be charged for issuing certificate of origin certificates. This is an action item. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, for the record, Don Rafferty, Administrator for the Division of Plant Industry. I'm practicing for the legislature, and I find myself doing this in my daily life. My daughter asked me the other night what was for dinner, and I said, for the record, Don Rafferty was on the We're requesting permission to go to workshop and hearing to add into the list of certificates that we currently charge a $25 fee for the origin of, certificate of origin certificate. What this provides is for producers who are taking typically equipment over the California border. This signifies that that equipment does originate in Nevada and does not come from a county that has been put under quarantine for cereal leaf beetle or Zonia root rot. We do approximately 150 of these per year. Currently, we do not charge for the certificate. This would allow us to charge $25 for the staff time to create these certificates. If there are any questions, I would entertain those.
Mr. Sproutley.
You know, this obviously because of the nature of being a fee, has to go through NRS. We can't do this through NAC.
Actually, this is in, I believe this falls under the, we are allowed to do $25 for certificates that we provide, as they're broken down as an NAC.
Okay, but you won't be going to the legislature on this? It's
No,
gonna be-
no, sir, this would be just workshop and hearing.
Anything else, Mr. Sproutley?
That does it, thank you.
Any more questions for Ms. Rafferty? Yes, Don?
Would that $25 fee, if somebody has a backhoe in Reno and they go to Truckee, say, every month for a few days, will I have to get one every time they go up?
Yes,
They bring it back for 2 days and then have to buy another one to go back?
they would be required to have another one. There's not a 30-day period on this one. It's each instance. And we have not had,
Excuse me just a
repetitive-
second, Don. I'm sorry, for the record, Don Alt.
Yes.
Was, from the crowd speaking, so, yes?
I'm not aware of any repetitive requests like that. Typically, it's a once, maybe once a month, if that. Hence, only 150 a year that we've been requested thus far.
Any more questions? Entertain a motion?
I do have a question. Yeah.
Sorry, comment, Mr. Barbie?
Just for clarification, as a reminder, this is for permission to go to workshop and hearing. So there will be more input, more public input before this comes back to you guys for a final decision. What you're, would be approving potentially here is the opportunity for this new reg to go through the process, not as a final approval.
I just have one question, and it bounces off what Mr. Alt is asking. Would this include all equipment going back and forth, or just farm equipment?
Just farm equipment.
Okay.
I guess I got a question.
Yes, Mr. Braza.
Is the equipment, is somebody physically inspecting this equipment every time it happens then?
No,
You just asked me for
again, I
certificate.
would remind you that there's few requests that come to us, and so far, the requests that are coming to us are from producers or farmers that we're familiar with. And the crux of this is that they are not from counties that have been in the past quarantined for cereal leaf beetle. So, for instance, the example I have is one that was from Humboldt County, which was never had cereal leaf beetle. So we're certifying that it has come from that county, that there's not a chance of cereal leaf beetle being present on that equipment so that it can go over.
I'm sorry, real quick to help me out, Don. We keep talking about this fee and inspection and about some little bug.
This is not for inspection, this is for the certificate.
The certificate of origin.
Yes.
Where did the movement of equipment come from?
That's typically what we are asked to give the certification for. People moving farming equipment from Nevada into California.
Oh, to make sure the little bugs aren't stuck somewhere. Okay. Mr. Frey.
Do we do this internally within the state too? Because we have some areas that have, white rot or whatever problem. Do we do it with internally, like moving equipment from one farm to another, or we just?
No, not with this certificate, no.
It's only for.
This is to certify products are from Nevada counties that are not under quarantine.
So it's California or an outlying state that's requesting this?
Correct.
Yeah, you guys can spread all that stuff in Church of
Yeah,
God.
we just pass that around, bigger disc or whatever. Huh?
Yes, Mr. Busselman.
For the record, Doug Busselman, Nevada Farm Bureau. I guess, are there any counties in the state of Nevada that wouldn't qualify as being non-contagious or whatever it is that you're, in other words, I guess I can understand there being a reason to charge somebody for a service performed like an inspection. I don't know that I understand completely the legitimacy of charging someone for not necessarily getting a service. A piece of paper that says I come from a place that doesn't have any bad things doesn't seem to me to be necessarily a service. If you were to get an inspection and it was verified that, you know, your machinery is clean, that would make sense to be a service and perhaps necessary. But to get a piece of paper that says I come from a place that doesn't have anything bad seems to me to be gratuitous government.
What say you, Don?
I think that probably warrants a conversation with you and Peggy, who I'm sure would beg to disagree, and Jeff. Were we to be approached by a producer or someone who wanted to take equipment over who we were not familiar with, there probably would ensue an inspection. Currently, there are just so few, and we've done these for so many years for the same families coming from the same places and the same producers that we don't instigate an inspection at this time.
Mr. Frey? I'll be with you, Don, in a second.
Hypothetical. Say Basic American Foods in California comes to a ranch in Nevada, has them grow some seed garlic. That seed garlic is harvested and then taken back to California. And it's all Basic American Foods. This is just a hypothetical. Okay, do they have to have, or you say California's laws would require that seed garlic would have to be inspected?
So you're
Because
talking
it'd have
about-
dirt particles
You're
on
talking
it.
about the product, not the equipment that's harvesting, correct?
Okay, I'm not, but
And I think that what you're
I
describing
guess
would
what I'm
fall
talking
under a
about that-
state phytosanitary certificate, not this.
I'm sorry.
I think what you're talking about would fall under a phytosanitary certificate, not this.
Oh,
So be additional.
There are many other certificates that we give out that deal with, I believe, where you're going, which is a different level of product going over and diseases, concerns, and
Well,
such.
like potatoes.
Yeah,
and-
that falls
okay.
under phytosanitary.
But they would carry the white rot,
And that's phytosanitary certificates.
right? Okay, so we're not talking
No,
about
we're
that.
not.
But doesn't this NRS statute address that?
Those are already in statute.
Pardon me?
Those are already in statute.
Oh, yeah,
Phytosanitary.
okay,
So if you look on,
yeah.
you know, there's one of the pages in your, under 587-345 lists what we already charge this $25 fee for. The federal phytosanitary, state phytosanitary, free sale, and export certificates. There are far more other certificates that we already give out and already charge this fee for to address a multitude of other plant-related issues. This is just one that we, many years ago, before I was anywhere involved, did not give out very many, maybe 5 a year. But over time, we're starting to give out more and more and more. And there's the staff time that is involved to research these and create these certificates that's not being recouped with a fee. So this is what we're requesting.
Mr. Alt?
Don, off the record. To me, it seems like this is discrimination. If you have an area that's infected with this, and somebody comes over from California, or somebody from here, and they bring a four-wheeler over, deer hunting or pheasant hunting or whatever they might be doing, and they load the four-wheeler back up and go over, you know, they're not required to get this $25 thing. You know, that, to me, it seems like it's discrimination against the farmer.
Who's this? Mr. Spradlin?
I guess I want to back way up and say, who is requesting and why are they requesting to satisfy whom?
Yeah.
Their request.
CDFA,
Say again?
California.
Department of Agriculture's is requiring them to have this certificate to.
At the border.
So we can contaminate our own land, but not.
And might I remind you that this is just for these two things. This is
I got you.
cereal beef beetle and, I can't ever say it right. Steve, help me. Osorium, the root rot.
Oh, I don't have it in front of me, sorry.
So it's those two things. That's what this is protecting against. So this is
Protecting
not
California
weeds,
or
This is not
the
a
wild?
white top, this is
So
not a white
California
rot.
requires the certificate of origin.
Mr. Festival.
Do we require anyone from California coming here to show the same type of certificate? And if we show it to somebody, who's looking at it?
Now you guys are delving into the huge issue of why there's only a bug station on one side of the freeway. And I mean, we've talked about it, animal issues till we're blue in the face, and some of them are not going to be taken care of until we put a building on the other side of the freeway and inspect every single one of those animals coming across the border. So
does that mean the answer is no?
Yes, sir.
So for the record, Steve, Marty, Doug, the answer is not no, and we do have quarantines like the White Rock quarantine that, you know, anybody bringing seed, for example, in that quarantine into the state has to register that with the Department of Ag, and we are scrutinizing what's coming into the state, but not necessarily at the border, and this is all quarantine driven, largely with California. So it's quarantines against certain pests that they have established, similar to what we do, but the mechanism there is, again, that physical border station where we maybe don't have that, but we certainly still have quarantines in effect, and people are checking when those commodities are coming into the state. And from the service side, having issued a number of these, I can speak to the fact that it can sometimes take the bulk of an hour to research a farm's location, what are they producing, this kind of thing, to verify that, and then to go and generate that certificate can take some time, in the better part of an hour. So I would say that that $25 is actually fairly reasonable, because you are getting a service in that person verifying the location of that farm, products produced, freedom from designations for the relevant pests. You know, it does take a little bit of time and to generate the certificate and get it out. So that's something to be said there.
Mr. Vogler.
I see a real problem for the dairy industry in Nevada. Doesn't their milk pretty well go to California? What about those trucks when they cross the border and go into somebody's processing plant? Maybe they've got a bug or two piggybacking coming back, or piggybacking going over. I mean, dairies would, I mean, this is Pandora's box that we're opening up here, it looks like to me.
They park the waves with the milk trucks. Right?
Alfalfa, what about alfalfa? What if one of those bugs hops a ride on an alfalfa truck?
Well, I can tell you from personal experience, they will shut you down and make you take that piece of hay out. They're serious about that, boy. Mr. Marty.
Just as a side comment, to get a little higher elevation, you need to understand this is something that's already required. We're not asking you to impose anything new that's required. But as a whole, budgetarily, we're either going to be a fees-based organization for these type of activities, or we're going to be a general fund organization. One way or another, we have to pay the bill. We are requesting this based on a service that we are providing to a smaller section of the industry that we're required to do so that they can get back and forth across the state border, not per our rules, but per the service that they need from us. We got to be able to pay staff for their time. And in terms of consistency and how we do the other pieces of this across the agency, this would definitely fall within that fee piece. The merits of the program are entirely a different topic and subject, and that's not what we're asking you to look at first. Second off, again, this is for workshop and hearing so that we can have this conversation. Because what you're approving today is for us to have the conversation, not for us to impose a fee. And at the time when we have the workshop and when we have the hearing, I'm sure that these arguments, which are good arguments, legitimate arguments, will be reinforced.
I'm sorry, Donald, I thought of you when I heard that, so you can save the discrimination part for the hearing and the workshop. Is there any more questions for Ms. Rafferty before we move on?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Spratly.
I move that we request permission to go to workshop and hearing to amend NAC 587.340.
I'll second.
Thank you. The motion was made by Mr. Spratly and seconded by Mr. Frey. Is there any more discussion on the motion as it was read? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Motion passes unanimous. All right, next item is an update, information only.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
And so I would like to present to you the update for plant industry for 2012. I've also handed this out in just a Word format. And I thank you all for being a guinea pig for a new type of presentation. One of my staff went to a conference back east, and this is a new kind of presentation they were using, so you're the guinea pigs for it. So the division is large and there is much information, and I will go over it as quickly as I can. We'll start with the nursery program, and so this shows the number of inspections that were done by Peggy and one part-time inspector down south. I think is pretty impressive, 585 nursery inspections. She also had 1,084 nursery licenses that she issued, she and Zena, and that was for $153,000 that came in as revenue for that program. 80 new licenses, 34 non-compliances. Plant pathology has done a really fabulous job this year. Dr. Wong has been hard at work in getting our lab to be STAR D certified, and this is a real high level of certification for the lab as provided. He would be one of only 3 labs in the country that have that, and it's a standardization for diagnosing plant diseases. He had some people from Cornell out here a few months ago, and they went through his lab, and he did very well on that audit. As you can see, he too has been very busy, 2,000 tests or diagnoses, 603 soil samples for cyst nematode. The data that he created from that was helpful in getting opening the Japanese market for Nevada potatoes. And so, as you can see, he's been very busy. Entomology, again, Jeff has been busy with his folks, and you can see the 15 different insect pest surveys he's done. All of those were negative. He cooperated with Animal Disease Lab on the West Nile virus surveys and with the Nevada Division of Forestry and bark beetles. He's done 18 lectures throughout the state, over 400 identifications completed. Luckily, we had no serious grasshopper or Mormon cricket invasions this year, therefore no control programs were conducted on that. Steve, who just took off, has been doing pretty good with the organic program, and again, he runs this program by himself. 41 clients certified. He had 8 notices of non-compliance. Fees that came in from organic were approximately $39,000. Steve also runs the seed program, which you'll see in a moment, and so he's been really working hard to get that to be a feed-based program, because prior to that there was a lot of general fund support for his programs. Seed certification he did, again, mostly by himself, 516 acres inspected for garlic, 3,724 inspected for onion. Fees coming in for that one were about $7,000 and $16,000. 391 acres of seed crop that were destined for export were inspected. No fields rejected, which is a good thing. Fee revenue for that one was about $2,700. Seed certification, 2,531 acres certified. No fields rejected, again a good thing, and $17,000 in fees collected for that program. Noxious weeds has had a pretty big turnover in personnel. If you've been following that for about the last year and a half, we lost both Tina Mudd and Scott Marsh. This program is now run by Robert Little and Jamie Greer. They have a lot to say. I'm not going to read all that to you, but they really have done a great job of doing inspections for the weed-free forage, of working with the partnerships both with counties, cities, states, federal land management. They have they've done a lot in the brief time that these 2 people have been running that program. A lot of the ARA projects are about to be finished up. 10,000 acres treated for noxious weeds on those funds or cleared of fire fuel materials. Those projects were in Washoe County, Clark County, and Carson. And if you want to know more about those projects, either would be very happy to sit down and show you lots of pictures. A lot of work done in there. They are looking at doing a lot of work with legislative members this year to show them what these guys have been doing. Making new contacts, looking at redoing the state weed laws, not for this legislative session, but for the next one. to try to find the best way to run this weed program. EPA, this one's run by Chuck Moses. With the pesticide fines that have come in, they have contributed $39,000 approximately to school districts to implement integrated pest management programs. His staff participated in at least 20 certification programs. We've had no major pesticide-related incidents that came to the department this year, which was great. And they're thinking that's probably a lot contributed to the education that they put out there. And these guys do a bang-up job of having pesticide-related education and information available to the public. They held at least 3 pesticide waste disposal events so that people could get rid of dangerous things that they had laying around. Pesticide Control Operator Program, this one's run by Lee Lawrence. He surpassed 500 companies licensed with his program this year. I had all of my programs run SurveyMonkey at the beginning of the year in alignment with what the director was asking for us to do in terms of program upgrades, and Lee did a really good job, and what his came back to say was that we're $153 million annually was what was reported to him through SurveyMonkey that his pest control businesses are doing. It was also very nice to see that the industry, as we regulated, rated him and his people as high to very high overall with their performance. He's looking at redoing some of the tests for the principal license applicants. All of his principal licensing exams, he went over and rewrote and reviewed them, and that was a pretty tremendous job, and I give him kudos for doing that. Right now he's doing a lot of work with the termite reconstruction treatment and getting a lot of input back and working with them to make sure that that is done right in terms of what the industry needs. The chemistry department, Dr. Jim Zong, has just done a lot of stuff. He's really beefed up the fertilizer and antifreeze. We're in the process of transferring over to weights and measures, but both of those were targeted by the LCB audit to be upgraded and done a little bit more correctly, and he has done a great job. You can see there that the analyses that he's starting to work on. 340 fertilizer companies registered this year with 3,660 products. And see, I have somewhere what that brought in. Oh, that brought in approximately $266,000. The pesticides registered for 2013, 10,220 projects, which brought in a little over $1 million. Specialty crop block grant. This one's run by Katie Jameson, and she has right now about 20 sub-grantees. This last grant that she got in was a little over $260,000. The one that she's most excited about right now is to implement the good handling practices and good ag practices Farmers Assistance Program. We just sent 2 NDA staff back to Virginia this past month to attend the training to get GAP certified. That's going to be a big benefit, I think, for our local farmers. 3 of them are also working on the Small Farm Conference, which will be at Jonasquaga's this time in February. So far, the attendance has gone up. She's at nearly 250 attendees, and so that should be a really great event. Ashley Jepson has really been working hard to bring some new grants into the department. The Farm to School program, which you can see a little discussion of there, which is going to help her, she's going to help work with local farmers to get their produce into the school system. Part of that is training them in GAP, which is the good ag practices, and food safety training to those garden coordinators. That grant brought in a little over $90,000. She also brought in the Federal State Marketing Improvement Program, FSMIP, and this particular sub-grant on this one, which brought in $45,000, is really going to target the Latino, Hispanic farmers in our area and help do some educational programs with them. A lot of the stuff that we have that's ag-related will be translated into Spanish to help them understand these programs. Last is the export and producer certificates. Producer certificates and exports are done a little bit by all the staff back there. 85 producer certificates were issued, 30 in the south, 54 in the north. and 47 were issued for producers new to the program. This certification certifies that what is being offered has been grown in the state of Nevada, and this is a real big one for farmers markets. Farmers markets have the option to require people who are selling at their markets to have these producer certificates. We're seeing a definite increase in the request for these. Export certificates, 421 issued for ag products, and you can see the list of countries there that we export to is pretty extensive. And products, onions, walnuts, mushroom spawn, alfalfa, timothy and oat hay, spice blends, teas, coffees, and nursery stock. So we do quite a bit of export. And the last one I don't have much for. I believe the director either has or is going to talk about that, and that's the marketing coordinator. And that is my update for plant industry. Thanks for your attention.
Any questions for Ms. Rafferty? That was a nice presentation. I would like to say, is this the same kind of format that's ahead for wildlife services? And as I give you the option now, you can just boogie right out that door. And, no, I'm just kidding. That was good, Don. Thank you.
A couple add-on comments that I'd like to emphasize there. I think when you saw the export certificate section of her presentation, that reinforces why that ag marketing coordinator position is so important to be located here in the Department of Ag. Previous to this, that program's been for 13 years in the economic development offices under various names that they had during that time period. And I think last year they had 5 participants in the USADA program. And there's like a $10 million yearly budget, which is a dollar for dollar match in international export marketing. So if you have a budget of $150,000 to export your product, USADA, once you apply and you get the grant, would pay $75,000 of that bill for you. And in that, connect you with buyers in all those countries that was listed. To date, Nevada hasn't been a big player in that necessarily, and so that's why that program will be funded out of the plant industry side, the ag registration account. It's a natural link. It's a positive fit. Secondly, the farm to school grant program, that was a nationally competitive grant that I think they had, was it 90 programs, individuals that received it nationwide, many more than that applied, and that was state agencies, private nonprofits, all sorts of type of organizations competing against each other to get that money. And we did enter in and are working with childhood nutrition at the Department of Education in the application process and then also in the implementation process. And that really reinforces where we're headed in terms of that food and nutrition merger and having a little bigger footprint in that realm as it was. So, like before, I'd like to commend Dawn and her staff on the hard work that they've done over this past year and the things that they've accomplished. There's always hiccups. We continue to work through this.
Any questions? All right, thank you very much. Nevada Wildlife Services. Mr. Jensen. Thank you, Don.
For the record, I'm Mark Jensen. I'm the State Director for the Nevada Wildlife Services Program. I'm also the Administrator for the Division of Resource Protection. In your binder, you'll see under tab number 7, the Nevada Wildlife Services State Report. Again, as all of you know, the Nevada Wildlife Services Program is made up of the USDA APHIS Wildlife Services Program and the Division of Resource Protection under the Nevada Department of Agriculture. Again, federal component and the state component working together to solve wildlife problems to protect agriculture, property, and natural resources. Again, I'll just go through this report. This is our statewide report that we put together every year for our federal fiscal years. Presented this to the wool growers and the cattlemen over at their meeting in Winnemucca. So some of you have already seen this, but I'll just go through this report. Again, you can see that our program worked on over 14.5 million acres. Again, the majority of the property that we work on is BLM, but you can see the breakdown in the different properties that we work on. The next box is our budget. You can see there that our federal appropriation, just over $1.3 million. The aviation safety money is also federal dollars that are given to the state of Nevada to help run our aircraft. The disease monitoring money is also federal money that comes into the state, used to monitor for plague and tularemia, and in the past we've had money to monitor for avian influenza and other wildlife diseases, wildlife-borne diseases. That's one category in fiscal year 12 that is down from the previous year. Again, the whole avian influenza thing is kind of going away. So again, those dollars are going away as well. Our cooperative dollars, you can see those dollars are come in from individuals, companies, corporations that have wildlife problems that they would enter into an agreement with us to, again, do specific work for them. And again, that's done on a case-by-case basis. The state appropriated $501,000 there. Again, that money is general fund money, comes from the legislature. It does pay for the 7 state employees that we have out living and working in rural Nevada, again, helping with our overall program. And then the money that we got from NDOW, like was mentioned earlier, that money comes through the $3 fee that everyone pays when they apply for a big game tag and a permit. That money goes into a pot of money for NDOW. Every year they write what's called a predation management plan, and then they basically hire us because we have the infrastructure and the expertise to do it. We do various projects around the state to protect sage grouse, to protect mule deer, bighorn sheep, and other things specifically for the Nevada Department of Wildlife. Again, overall budget, $2.6 million, and that is down from what it's been in years past, but that's just kind of where we're at. Both state and federal budgets continue to decline, but that's just where it is. The next box down is our coyote take by method. Again, this is very similar to what we've seen in past years. You can see the methods that we use: aircraft shooting and 44s. Again, this was very consistent from the year before. It seems like the coyote numbers are pretty consistent, so you can tell from year to year based on take whether coyote numbers are up, coyote numbers are down, but it seems to be pretty consistent from years past. Again, you can see our other take, mountain lion take, feral pigs, black bear that we again took to protect livestock and to protect natural resources, like I said, bighorn sheep, mule deer. Our aerial hours worked, we flew a total of 1,797 hours, again in fiscal year 12. Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, this is Charlie Frey for the record. The aircraft that you use, do you shoot the coyotes?
Yes.
So they're not included under shooting though, but
They're included under aircraft.
pardon me, they're included if you do it from the aircraft. So you're getting around 2 coyotes an hour for every hour or so?
That would be
in the aircraft hours?
That would be pretty consistent, yes. Sometimes more, sometimes less.
Is that a pretty good ratio?
You know, again, we don't necessarily look at it that way, because again, when we have a livestock producer that has a problem, what we're trying to do is solve that problem. We're not worried about killing a bunch of coyotes. We're really not concerned about that. We're after that one that's killing those lambs. And if it takes 1 hour or 2 hours or 5 hours to get that one, that's the one that we're after. And again, we're in the business of solving problems. These numbers are not going to have any effect on the overall coyote population in Nevada. But again, to answer your question, that's a pretty consistent number for us. But again, we're solving problems. We're not trying to reduce overall population numbers. If you go to the next page, you can see in that diagram, again, the damage by resources. You can, we pretty much keep track of it a couple of different ways. One is damage that is reported to us, and then damage that is verified by Wildlife Services. Again, if we have an employee on the ground, we would record that as verified. If it's reported to us, then it goes just in the reported categories. Again, these numbers are pretty consistent. You can see under other property, the $1.3 million. Again, what that is one of our employees that works on one of the airports had a pretty serious bird ingestion into one of the engines on an aircraft. Again, those are very expensive engines, and that was the $1.3 million in aircraft damage on one of the airports that we work at. Raven take, just over 3,000 ravens. Again, the majority of the ravens that we do take, just approximately 2,000 ravens, is for the protection of sage grouse at the request of the Nevada Department of Wildlife. The other ravens that we take are for protecting agriculture. When livestock producers have ravens that are out there usually pecking at the eyes and orifices of newborn livestock. Disease sampling, again, 552 samples. Most of those samples were taken for plague and tularemia. There was some other samples, but it was mostly for those two diseases. Technical assistance, 4,354 people. Again, we have a lot of people that call our offices asking about squirrels and snakes and all sorts of different wildlife issues. Whenever we provide them with information or websites or other things where they can go get information to help themselves solve a problem, we do keep track of that. And again, that's the technical assistance that we provide to the public, to provide them with information so they can help themselves with simple problems. Resources protected. Again, this is an estimate of the value of the resources that our guys are out there protecting. Fiscal year 12, just over $318 million in resources. And like it says, Nevada Wildlife Services Program helps Nevada's ranchers, farmers, wildlife managers, and the general public protect over $318 million in resources in fiscal year 12. And again, that's just an estimate of the value. For right now, our federal budget, we are on a continuing resolution for 6 months for our federal budget. Again, there's a lot of talk about the fiscal cliff and all the different things that may or may not happen with the federal budget. And again, we'll just have to see how that plays out. If the automatic cuts do come in across the board, the state defense is probably going to take the higher cuts with up to 10%, but agriculture is looking at about 8.2% if the automatic cuts come in. So again, I don't dwell on that too much because there's so many different things that could happen with that. So. And with that, that is our statewide report for fiscal year 12. If anybody has any questions? Any questions for Mark? Mr. Barbie?
Mark, on a couple spots on your report, under the mountain lion kill, if our memory serves me right, you guys took around 45 mountain lion last year. and that was well under the, that in combination with the hunting licenses and the takes of mountain lion through hunting licenses, was well under the Endow biologist approved take number. How did we reflect this year?
Yeah, our mountain lion take was down a little bit from last year. But again, 30 is a fairly consistent number in the grand scheme of things. But you're right, Endow does establish their management objectives for take of mountain lions. So they establish, I guess, what is not necessarily a goal, but what their limits are, and as far as depredation and hunting, all the different takes of mountain lions, they're still well under their established limit for what they consider management controls for mountain lions.
So much like last year.
Much like last year.
And then secondly, under the ravens section, I know Endow is saying they do raven work. Is their work done through you guys, or do they also do raven work? I've been confused with that.
What happens is the Nevada Department of Wildlife really doesn't do any raven work at all. But what they do is they do go to the Fish and Wildlife Service and request their own permit. And again, the raven is a migratory bird. It's protected by the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. So in order to kill a raven, you've got to have a permit to do it. So 2 or 3 years ago, it was decided that Endow, being how they're the ones responsible for the protection of sage grouse, which is under state management, they would approach the Fish and Wildlife Service and get their own permit. So again, Endow talks to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service issues Endow a permit. That permit is to take up to 2,000 ravens. Well, again, Endow doesn't have the expertise, the personnel, or the toxicant, or anything to do with the actual take of ravens. So again, they come to us to physically do that work because they don't do it.
So the methods of taking the ravens as a toxicant that's only can be used by federal employees, right?
Yes, the label for what's called DRC 1339, which is an avicide that we inject into eggs. Again, ravens are a very specific egg eater, and we use this toxin in soft-boiled eggs. The label specifically says that it can only be used by our employees. And again, we inject that into eggs. The raven eats it, and basically it shuts down their kidneys over the 24 hours. The raven dies of renal poisoning, and by the time they die, they've excreted the toxicant, so there's no chance of any secondary toxicity. But yes, the label, the pesticide label from the EPA says that toxicant can only be used by Wildlife Services employees.
So then the conclusion would be that any or all raven take work has to be done by Wildlife Services.
And unless they would want to go out and try to shoot one, which is
the bulk of
very
it.
Mr. Frey, Mark, are there permits given to private people to shoot ravens?
There are permits that are issued from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to private individuals or to private corporations. Say a landfill has a raven problem with ravens coming in and picking up their garbage and carrying it all over the place. The Fish and Wildlife Service will consider their application, and if they decide to do so, they will issue a permit to that entity to take ravens. So the answer is yes.
Any other questions for Mark? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Animal Industries.
I'm going to leave this one off, and then we can have some comments before we get to the animal.
Are we doing the sheep tax?
Yeah.
The item on the agenda is to request NRS 562.160 to raise the sheep tax. And I'm sorry, did we have an amount to put in the agenda? 8 cents to 18 cents.
No, it's 10 cents to 18 cents.
We're going to raise the sheep tax 8 cents to a total of 18 cents. That's what it says.
We're going to raise it 8 cents to 18. Okay, shoot.
Made me nervous. Second wind.
He had me go on it.
Well, I'll never hear the end of it from Hank.
8 plus 10 is, okay.
I got an
All
extra
right.
foot. Want me to take a shoe off?
Well, we need to discuss it. Is that going to be enough? Okay, Mr. Mark.
To give you the background on this, how we got here, if it's enough, and then Hank will chime in with representing the sheep industry, why and how, and hopefully correct what I mess up. When I attended the Cattlemen's Convention and the Wool Growers meeting at the Cattlemen's Convention, they were going through both their NAC statutes, their NRS, or NAC regs and their NRS statutes. And earlier, Hank had mentioned that the state sheep board that we had been dissolved, and those powers had been turned over to the Board of Agriculture. In reviewing that, one of the things that they identified, which I don't think has come before the board previous to this, since there was a sheep committee, the issue related to raising the sheep tax, which can be raised to a maximum of 18 cents per statute currently. I think it's statute. These get mixed up here. And that decision falls under the authority of the Board of Ag. And so what we're requesting is for the opportunity to raise that tax per request of the wool growers. And I'll let Hank go into more detail into that specific one. In addition, there's some other things under the Predator Rodent Control Committee in terms of funds that they have that can basically be utilized by Wildlife Services to protect their industry, pretty much all agriculture industry, as you just heard. So we have some requests to do some more tweaking on our Omnibus BVR once we get it back for review from the legislature, which we have not had an opportunity. We have not got it back from LCB for review yet, so we've got a few tweaks that we still have to make in there, as well as the powers of the Predator Rodent Control Committee, which we're hoping we can get a meeting sometime in January for that committee to review the authorities for them to increase taxes, which would then increase what can go to Wildlife Services. But just, there's 2 or 3 different statutes and NACs moving here that kind of all feed this bigger picture. Specifically, you have the authority to raise the sheep head tax, which comes out on the head tax that the agency sends out under Animal ID in the spring, which is a self-imposed tax for sheep because that doesn't support animal industry at all. It's a flow-through. And this would represent that. That responsibility used to be the state sheep committee. Now it's y'all's. It was asked to be introduced by Hank, so.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've been remiss for some time, and if you think the sheep herders are going to be mad, wait till the goat guys find out what's going on. The statute covers the goats, so they're supposed to have been paying these fees all along, and they've never ever paid them before. But it says right in the NRS that it's sheep and goats. So their taxes are going to go up substantially. There's 2 parts to the tax. Sheep inspection, which can be raised to the 18 cents, which also covers the operation of the wool growers, et cetera, et cetera. And there's also 20 cents that automatically goes to Mark. So the total assessment right now is 30 cents. 20 cents to Mark, 10 cents has been going to the wool growers for making yourself with wool contests, for secretarial duties, other things like that. And we want to put a little bit of money together. for other special events. And we can do that with your blessing. We can raise it from 10 cents to 18 cents, so the total assessment would be 38 cents. And practically every sheep herder in the state was at our convention, and they all agreed that we should do this. So the 20 cents doesn't change. The only way we change that is by statute, and that's part of the BDR we want. We want to raise that to $1. As Mark has explained, we're out on the federal range 12 months, pretty much. The cowboys also give a lot of money through the grazing boards, but a lot of their calving grounds, when they have predation problems, are on private land. But we're pretty much out year-round. And we realize that if we're going to save what little industry we've got left, we're going to have to assess ourselves more for predator control. So we want a BDR that raises Mark's to $1 and possibly even our other side to $1. We'll have to get back together with the wool growers. But right now, without any BDR, without anything, if you will, please allow us to raise from 10 cents. It's called inspection fees, and then there's a list of things that we've used the money for, and it's legitimate. We want to raise that to 18 cents. 8 cents. We can do that without a BDR. The rest of it has to do with the BDR. And that amount, we're going to have another conversation with the rest of the wool growers of how much we want to raise that. But we do realize we're going to have to do something. The goat guys, I don't know if they're going to have to pay the whole 38 cents or just the 20 cents.
Well, some clarification real quick so everybody understands what we're talking about. This is related to NRS 562.160. Board fixed the rate of annual tax. This is 562 is a sheep chapter. And notice to the Department of Ag. The board shall fix the rate to be levied each year as provided for in NRS 562.170 and shall send notice of it to the State Department of Agriculture on or before the first Monday in May of each year, which would then coincide with our spring mailing of the total head tax form that you see horses, cattle, dairy cattle, and such on. 562.170, except otherwise provided in this section. The rate of tax fixed by the board as provided for in 562.160 must not exceed the equivalent of 18 cents per head on all sheep. So this will set it at the maximum rate that's allowed by statute. The minimum tax that must be paid annually by an owner is $5. So just like we currently have under our head tax situation, if you fall under that, if you add your critters up and they add up to less than $5, then you have to pay the minimum of $5 for us to be able to process the check and record the information. Tax paid by the owner of sheep must deposit it into the state or county treasurer in which the state sheep inspection account is located for credit to that account. The money in the state sheep inspection account must be made available and dispersed by the proper state or county official upon request of the board for the purposes provided for in this chapter. So this, because it is a sheep count, doesn't affect, this part of it doesn't affect the goats. The goats, I believe, correct me, are affected under predator rodent control statute, which is a different statute.
And it's 20 cents.
Entirely correct.
So the goat guys get off again
on this piece.
On the 8 cents, but they're, for the first time ever, they're going to start paying the 20 cents.
So they're getting 100% increase.
More than that.
Okay, well, everybody heard Hank? All of them want it?
I'd make a motion that we raise the tax from 10 cents to 18 cents.
Second.
Motion been made and seconded. Mr. Vogler made the motion. Mr. Sprouting was the second. Is there any more discussion?
I bought him breakfast. Do I have to declare that as lobbying?
You have to disclose that, though.
Okay.
For the ethics.
No comment.
No comment. It's been disclosed. Any other comments? All of those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Motion passes unanimous. Item 8B, under Animal Industries, Dr. Phil LaRussa with an update. No decision making today, right, Phil? Just
No
information
decisions.
only?
No decisions. Try to turn on this machine. Of course, Don didn't exit our program. For the record, Phil LaRussa, State Veterinarian. Give an update of activities associated with animal industry. The Division of Animal Industry is multifunctional with few people. And one of our main activities, of course, is the laboratory here, where we provide the laboratory service for the livestock industry in the state. We also are responsible for emergency response. Under ESF 11, that whenever there's a flood coming, etc., we go to Carson City and tell them where they can house their dogs, horses, cows, pets. Diagnosis control of economic and public health significance is one of the main things that I function in. And we have reportable diseases, we have foreign animal diseases, we have surveillance diseases. We certainly are active in all of those. Interstate health certificates, we do over 12,000 of those per year. Moving the certificates that come in from private practitioners to the appropriate states and receiving the certificates from the other states for movement. Premises registration started with the old NAES program, which went down. Unfortunately, the NAES program, which was supposed to be voluntary, is to be replaced by an animal disease traceability program, which is going to be mandatory, which has all of us very, very concerned. As we sit around with that, we're still registering premises for sheep, for example, for the Scrapie program, for the new COOL requirements. And the last thing I saw is May 23rd, they're going to start enforcing all those COOL requirements on country of origin labeling, premises registration, additional records. Looking forward to that, of course. And veterinary accreditation in the state of California, Nevada. In the state of Nevada, we have approximately 700 licensed veterinarians. Of those 700 licensed veterinarians, 620 of them are accredited. The accreditation occurs through this office in cooperation with the federal government. With that accreditation, it is voluntary. The practitioners don't have to be able to write health certificates. Unfortunately for us, most of them think they want to perform accredited duties. Accredited duties means that a private practitioner can function replacing a government veterinarian, be that state or federal. We don't have enough state or federal veterinarians around to go out to every herd that wants to move an animal and write a health certificate. So that function is provided by private practitioners. And certainly, as we look at the accredited role, that we're very concerned at the present time from the industry on what is coming into the state of Nevada. As we look at the work that is being done, we're at the present time going to be enhancing the accredited veterinarian in monitoring and assisting work that if we had tons of state or federal veterinarians that we would be able to take care of. And certainly, we're very interested in our animals here. We don't want any infection to be coming into the state. Current disease programs that we're working on, that as we work on these, some eradication programs, that'd be the top two, the brucellosis and the tuberculosis, or a control program such as the trichomoniasis. We spend an awful lot of time on the disease programs. If we look at tuberculosis in the United States, there have been several areas that have maintained the disease aspect. And of course, Michigan has got it in their wildlife, so I don't think they'll ever get rid of it. California's had it in their dairies. When we do DNA testing of those animals, we find that it's new infections coming across the border, or associated with feedlot animals in Texas or whatever. But during this past year, California and Michigan have been the areas that have infected herds. During the last year, we had 3 instances of slaughter animals that came from Nevada that were tuberculous suspects. We went out and did investigations when we received the suspect notification. The 3 animals, one occurred at a feedlot in northern Nevada. Another, 2 of them occurred at a large dairy in southern Nevada. All 3 of those, upon further examination, further lab tests, said they were not really tuberculous. So we didn't have to do any testing or anything associated with that. But the surveillance program goes on. With the surveillance program, the federal government gives about $2,000 to a vet at a slaughterhouse if he finds it. So they continue to look at all slaughterhouses. Unfortunately, if we look at brucellosis, the federal government has made the decision they're going to do selective surveillance. With selective surveillance and their new program, they're going to be looking at about half the eligible animals at 8 slaughterhouses in the nation that receive animals mainly from the area that has known brucellosis, and that'd be the area around Yellowstone. We have strong concerns about that. When they said they were going to downgrade from eligible animals at all plants to only eligible animals at the 40 largest slaughterhouses in the United States, we said, okay. But when you're only targeting 50% of the animals that come from the Yellowstone area in 8 yards, we're quite concerned. We had, during this last year, 1 traceback of a positive infected reactor animal at a slaughterhouse that traced back to a beef herd in the Orvada area. And we went out and actually tested that entire herd, found no problem. But still, it led us in quite a bit of concerns. If we look at TRIC, TRIC's been an ongoing program for 4.5 years or so now. With it, it is not an eradication program. It is a control program. We do not mandate every bull within the state get a test every year. Instead, our mandate is for bulls changing ownership through sale or bulls being imported. Or if we find an infected premise, then we test all contact herds associated with that. In the last year, we had the total of 38 positive bulls, which came out of a total of 24 herds. 19 of them were new, 5 of them were neighbors. this program has worked very well for individuals that test and have increased their calving at their premise. As far as eradication of the disease, it has not been that effective. So for individual, yes, it's been great. We've heard several individuals come back to us and say, thank you very much. You really assist my bottom line, my dollar. The program's working. But certainly, as we look at it, we don't see eradication on the horizon for us. But we do see it as a valuable program. It's valuable for all the producers. In the Sparks Laboratory, last year we did about 5,000 tests. Previous to that, we were doing about 6,000 tests a year. The reason we're doing less tests is because we changed from just doing the pouch test mainly, where you'd require 3 tests per infected premise, to doing a real-time PCR test. That real-time PCR test came about a little bit over a year ago. With that real-time PCR test, a year ago we were doing maybe 30% of our submissions on real-time PCR. Now, because the real-time PCR allows us to do one test, remove all the infected bulls, not have to come back and run through a chute 2 or 3 times, that we found that we're up to about 70% of our submissions now are real-time PCR submissions. So that cuts down the number of pouches, certainly, that we're looking at. In the state of Nevada, there are 6 laboratories at private practitioner locations, and they provide only the pouch test, and they do about 3,000 a year. Anything that's found positive at the private practitioner lab is confirmed at the Sparks Laboratory. So the trend, as I say, is moving towards the real-time PCR. That DNA test is a lot more specific and helps us quite a bit. There's a trend in some other states where they want to go to pooling their samples, throwing 5 bulls into a single test. It has just a dilution effect, and it's worse than the pouch test. So we do not recommend the pooling of samples, whereas owners would certainly like to cut their costs down for tests, and we get concerns about the cost, but we are more concerned with the efficacy of the testing. Traceability. I have to shake my head on this one. It's the federal government making mandatory what they couldn't get through as voluntary. The rule has been commented on by both associations and the animal industry branch here, where we saw serious problems with what they suggest. Unfortunately, our expectation is that they're going to just whitewash the comments and force us into it, and I expect by this spring we'll be thrown into it. Their statement is that they can take the bright tag, the silver tag, and provide it free to all herds in the state. And with providing it free, that when a veterinarian has to do a health certificate where he has to put that individual ID on the animal, on that certificate, that they're going to be readable, still in the air. Serious concerns. And the unfortunate part, we're probably going to be thrown in it. Yes, Sam?
Most of the people that I know of in the state have a permanent mark that doesn't come off. That's not qualified?
That's not qualified. They list what is official ID and qualified, the RFID,
the button RFID that you see. Certainly tattoos, brand inspections, yada, yada, yada. We gave a lot of input to. We don't know what the rule's going to say. The expectation is they're not going to be accepted by destination states, and that's what's going to control it. We're not anticipating in Nevada putting additional requirements out there or writing an NRS or an NAC or anything to enhance traceability. However, there are several states, such as Colorado, that Montana, Oklahoma, that have tried to get out in front of the federal government and put in the federal government into their state rules before the federal rolls out. We have strong concerns about 50 individual states and individual state requirements that out of our control. So as we look at this traceability rule, it's only for animals that are going interstate. So animals that are moving within our area here are not affected. But the change to make a health certificate have 100% of the animals individually ID'd on it, that's immense. That's very difficult. And I think when they were first looking at it, the federal government came out and said, economically, this is going to cost you 50 cents an animal. I'm sorry about that. If a veterinarian currently can take care of a health certificate in a short period of time, whether it's 5 or 10 minutes or whatever, to have to spend all day long at your premise, where you have all the facilities at your premise out there on BLM land, to individually ID each. We have strong concerns, is what I'm trying to say. It's one of those things that we will have to comply with because it's federal rule. It's one of those things we're not enthused about, as we think we're not enthused. At a recent national meeting, that the fellow in charge of the state veterinarian in charge of the state of Indiana was asked, because he's a great federal cooperator, was asked by the feds, yeah, how are things going, blah, blah, blah. He said, well, you can take that system and you can put it where the sun doesn't shine. He said, we don't need federal vets in this state. He said, as a matter of fact, we've had problems with our pigs and fairs having a little bit of a disease problem. We've had problems with avian influenza. We've had problems with horses. So we took care of it at the state. We don't need you vets, and we're never ordering one of your bright tags, and you can take the entire system. Well, unfortunately, I applaud his approach to it. The unfortunate part is other states are going to mandate animals coming in have it. So, yeah, not excited, as you can see, with traceability. But I do not anticipate this state putting additional requirements other than the federal requirements, which we'll have to comply with. National Animal Health Laboratory System. We're very proud of our laboratory. We're very proud of the service it provides. It's a large portion of what we do here. The NOLAN, or National Laboratory System, is a certification that we lost a couple of years ago because we didn't have enough money to have our equipment certified. We're currently moving back towards trying to get the equipment certified, putting a little money into hiring qualified technicians. We have the people and equipment that can run the tests to allow us to participate in this. Unfortunately, we've got to pass their certification program. We expect that to be in the near future where we are again certified. Foreign animal diseases, ancient history, 2003, I can't remember back that far. But to realize that the government spent $165 million eradicating Newcastle disease
we don't want foreign animal diseases in the state. And this is an easy one. If they start talking foot and mouth disease, you don't want to talk the billions of dollars that. Well, the industry matched $165 million that the government spent, the industry spent. And certainly this was a large effort down, well, in the Las Vegas area back in 2003. As we look at foreign animal diseases, the picture is 1929 in California, where you're shooting and burying all the cattle. For those of us old enough to have remembered the movie HUD, where they stood around the pit in black raincoats, driving animals in and shooting them, we still have the same black raincoats in the federal government. But now with animal welfare concerns, I doubt that we'd be performing the same way. You can see that we've had some success in eradication. We just don't want to see any of this come back. If we look at personnel, on this chart, I don't expect you to be able to read people's names, but on this chart, the items in green are federal cooperators. The items in the orange color are state personnel. This chart reflects number of personnel and locations within the last 20 years. And the blanks are where we've had losses. So you see we had in Fallon 2 people, we've got none. Carson City 1, none. Gardnerville 1, none. Las Vegas we had 2, none. Winnemucca, none. Elko, 3, none. And blanks up in the area. If we look at what we have now, the ones in blue are pending losses. So on the state side, we've got 4 personnel that are still going to be around effective tomorrow. There are 2 state employees in blue, and that'd be the next to the bottom thing. The microbiologists, the people that run the tests in the laboratory. One of them retires January, the other of which had her significant other moved to Colorado, and she moved with them. So we have pending losses there. Those 2 are going to be replaced in the near future. And we're looking forward to getting qualified people there. On the bottom, Animal Identification Coordinator, Shauna, who's been supplying all the tags and working in the auction yards and doing all the BRT testing for milk and following up on disease activities, had her husband move. So she put in her retirement. To replace that, we expect a replacement there. But the federal government to replace takes anywhere from 6 to 9 months. So as we look at how short we are, then the director made a decision about 2-3 months ago to have Brand Inspection assist in animal industry activities. And that's been a godsend. That got some qualified people there. We really want to thank Brand Inspection for all the assistance they do. With that, if there's any questions.
Phil, I have a couple. Yes, sir. Is the new trick testing, is it working real well?
Yes.
It is?
Yes. There is a concern that the samples have to arrive with certain time frames, temperatures, etc. We've had some small concerns with that. But yes, overall, very happy with the trick testing.
Okay.
Unfortunately, we've got a couple of people that we're training now on trick testing. There's a Dr. Annetta Rink because of the loss of all the microbiologists, is sitting in the back pipetting, and it's unfortunate that we have turnovers, but we're looking forward to the replacements.
And then what is the main reason you see that trick is so hard to eradicate?
Tricky. The test is not perfect in the sense that the pouch test, we were looking at about 95% efficacy. We're also looking at the fact that we don't test every animal in the state. It's not mandatory, it's just on that change of ownership, or if you have a disease problem, or if your neighbor happens to be a or import. So not testing all the animals, test not perfect, and the fact that you aren't totally isolated, that we have a lot of common grazing, whether that's common grazing by design or whether that one strand of barbed wire breaks and your neighbor's bull gets in. You know, it's economically, it's not to our benefit to even approach the thought of eradication. The state of Idaho tried to approach it through eradication. Idaho put mandatory yearly testing on. They started with about 15% infection 20 years ago. After about 7 years of it, they brought it down. They got it down to about 2%. They haven't gotten it any further with mandatory testing. So I don't recommend mandatory testing. I feel the benefit that the ones are able to clean it up out of their herd and their resulting calf crop is certainly where we need to be at this time.
And finally, the federal rule, will that include both males and females?
Yes. It starts out on the federal rule with exempting certain animals. The exemption, for example, at the beginning is feeder animals classified 18 months of age and under are going to be exempted from this, with the thought pattern that they're going to work into it. I expect them to take about 1 year after the rule comes out, but they say we don't have to go through the rule change again. All we have to do is say, now feeders are part of this. I expect that we'll see this spring for over 18 months. I expect a year from then, under 18 months. And we're looking at not all species, but most species, they're starting with the cattle. But they're going to move this into the horses and the sheep. Well, the sheep are pretty much there with their scrapie program. But swine, chickens, go out and individually identify all the chickens. Go boys.
Mr. Vogler?
I just have a quick question for you, Dr. LaRusso. What, as long as the animals are not leaving the premise, my cattle all have, I don't buy any cows, because most of them wouldn't fit that desert anyhow. So I raise all my own replacements, so they all have an identifiable mark on them, a brand. So when I get ready to sell my calves or sell my some old cows, gunners, put the tag in their ear then? Because if I turn them out on that desert, half of the tags are going to be gone.
They haven't given us the specifics of putting the tag in. When I tried to address the head of the federal government on who puts in the tags, are you expecting a veterinarian to show up at time of shipment and put all the tags in himself?
You're going to be busy.
He said, well, it's a simple thing. He said, when you bring all the calves in for vaccination, you can tag them because you're handling them at that time. Well, you and I both know the lost tags. If you put in 2,000 ear tags, and then you decide 3 years later to ship out 50 head, which 50 head, you're gonna have to read all those tags, there's gonna be lost tags. There's no problem with the lost tags. You put in a new tag and you relate it to the lost tag. This is what we're dealing with. Oh, it even gets better. And every tag that's put in, we're going to have to retire that tag from the system. That when they go to slaughter, they have to type in every tag number that appears at slaughter so they can get it out of the system. I said, well, that sounds good, but when we look at vaccination, the vaccination tag would be 88 for the state of Nevada, the V, which signifies vaccinated animal, or it could be an S or a T if you use a lot of tags, is recycled every 15 years. So if you have tag number 88 VAC 1234, 15 years, that same tag is going to be coming out of the warehouse to be put in another animal. So you retire it, that tag, and then here it is. Trust me, this program is not something that is near and dear to anyone in this room or in the government in the state of Nevada. When we look at it, they say a lot of the reason for this program is in case of disease, we can trace back. We can trace back today. We can trace back by brands, we can trace back by vaccination tags. We don't necessarily have the ability to trace back individual animals, but we can trace back to the herd. And we can test the herd. So in the case of brucellosis suspect at slaughterhouse, I knew exactly which herd that came from. Now that individual does not have individual tags on his animals, but he does put a large Bengal tag with his brand on it. I had a tag with his brand on it. I could get back to his herd. I tested his herd. It's clean. So the auspices of having it just for disease trace, I haven't bought into that one yet.
Well, I think Dr. Phil makes an interesting point that really makes us all mad, is what the goal of this program is intended to do.
Full employment.
If they would just adhere to that and keep it simple, by installing bright tags in every animal, basically in a herd like ours, the heifers would have orange tags and the steers would have silver tags. The ultimate goal is at the end when they go to process, they can trace it all the way back to where that calf was born.
Not only that, every stop it makes along the way.
Yeah,
So
but Phil,
you're-
but my point is you don't have to identify every number on the tag when it leaves the ranch. That can be done anyways. That's what's ludicrous about this whole thing, is requiring each individual number to be on a piece of paper when it goes across state lines. It's out of control, because you would have to look at them individually every time. And for fat cattle, it's really bad, because when you go to ship them, the least amount of putting them through a process you can do, because the packing plants now are very strict about what they call tanking the animal, and then you don't get anything for them. They throw them in a tank and...
Well, if you look at it like Hank raises this nice little, heifer, and he gives it to his next door neighbor to take to the fair. And at the fair, it goes to an auction yard, or it goes to a slaughter. Every place it stops, they want somebody recording that metal identification number you can't read that's probably lost. I throw up my hands.
To quote Doug Russell, I think it's just gratuitous government, so. But that's the problem, we can trace back, I mean, just by checking, by putting a tag in and it's recorded, on the other end they know where that animal came from. But this deal of trying to trace every individual animal and where it went before getting to its ultimate destination, I mean, the first 2 weeks are going to be 6 weeks behind on their paperwork, trying to make all this work. And they know that, and someone has been at the shoot and they lost their ear tags and individually identified cattle going across state lines, I guarantee you that is costly, it's tough on the livestock. And what they're basically doing is they're by default, they're saying the only way they know, the only way this will work is to be able to scan them coming through a bow gate or something like that with electronic ID. And even though they're saying it's, we'll give you free bright tags, they know that won't work. They're already certain of that fact. And so by default, in order to make any of it work, and because a truckload of cattle can go to a sale yard and go 50 different directions. And so every one of those individual animals would have to be re-ID'd to show which direction that animal went, whether it went to Utah, to a feedlot, to a sale yard, or to a kill plant, whatever. They know that the only way they can do that is electronically, and I seriously doubt that they can make that logistically work either. But looking at these silver ear tags, I guarantee we'll not even be close.
Mr. Barbie?
I know Paul's looking bored over here, but next year USDA is going to release it in plant material. You'll have to ear tag all your nursery stock that leaves the state, bring it back into the conversation.
It's about time.
Hot iron brand.
Yeah.
You bet.
They're a little on the wilty side, but it still works.
Goodness. Thank you, Dr. LaRusso.
Thanks, Bill.
Okay, we have a report from Joanne.
Thank you. I'm a little more primitive than everybody else because our computer system was down for a whole week. So, bear with me, please. In February, we were able to get the hiring process done to get new inspectors. We put on about 20 new inspectors scattered throughout the state.
Joanne, would you talk like when you like come up there and you yell at me? Would you talk like that so I can hear you, please?
You pull that mic.
A little closer.
Pull that mic a little closer.
Okay. There. It was for a tall person. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. We put on new inspectors in hopes of cutting down on our travel time and mileage costs. I don't know that it's working because the guys have been extremely busy this fall. We'll see when the budget at the end of fiscal year, whether it's just actually worked or not. It was a difficult process because when we put those applications online, we had a number of people that applied. However, the number of people that knew anything about livestock was minimal. So it took a long time to go through all the applications. And like I said, we finally were able to hire 20 inspectors. We still have areas where we need to put on more people, but we just haven't been able to strong arm any volunteers to accept a position. So if I know that we've got some of our inspectors around the Elko area, they may go to 3 or 4 different places in a day. Some will be big loads, some will be small loads. And there's just not enough people willing to be a brand inspector to make this so that one person goes to each inspection. Some of the members came to the director last spring requesting more road surveillance. And in order to meet their needs, we took 4 half-time positions and made full-time enforcement positions. Those positions are in Ely and Winnemucca, Spark's office, and the enforcement officer 3 is his position still in Elko. One of the reasons we took the half-time positions and made them full-time was the fact half-time positions are only allowed to work 1,039 hours a year. When they get involved in an investigation, those hours are used up quite rapidly. These positions require that the officers be post-trained, which means they have to go either through the Carson Police Academy or from another state. There is if they go through the post academy in another state, they still have to come into Nevada and be recertified. It's not quite the intense training, but it's still mandatory. It involves several physical agility tests as well as range qualifications. Lane Northrup held the Enforcement Officer 3 position in Elko before resigning last spring because he was tired of traveling from one side of the state to the other. After 2 months of rest, Wayne decided to come back to work for us, and he took the position here in the Parks office handling the VRE horses and the sale yards. In July, we hired a gentleman by the name of Rob Barr for the position, Enforcement 3 position in Elko. Rob was raised in the Elko area and had worked for the FBI, the Department of Interior, U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration, U.S. Customs, and the Department of Homeland Security. So his background in enforcement was outstanding. Chris Miller was hired for the Winnemucca position. Chris originally comes from Oregon. However, he worked for Smith Valley Cattle Feeders in Urington for 5.5 years. He then worked for LS Dairy for 2.5 years, and then 10 years spent with the Lyon County Sheriff's Office before he took a position overseas protecting linguists in the war zone. So he was tired of being shot at, so he thought that our position was what he wanted to do. Because of an injury sustained for training with his post certification, resigned his position in October. So at the present time, with our plans are to move Blaine back to Elko and to move Chris down here to be in charge of the VRE horses and the sale yards. We will be advertising one of my positions in the near future. We obtained a donation from Newmont Mining Corporation for 20 used computers. For us, they were new. They were outdated for the mining company, but the Department of Agriculture was recommended for the donation. The only requirement was that they be given to a fee-based agency, so we fit that criteria. We were awarded a Department of Justice grant for the purchase of 4 new laptops for our enforcement people, as well as metal detectors. In the past, we've had a need for metal detectors and when responding to dead animals. Instead of doing the gory thing, it's easier to be able to spot in on where the fragments might be in the animal. We also applied for a matching funds grant to provide our enforcement officers with protective vests, and we were just notified last week that we would be receiving about $1,400 to put towards the purchase of those vests. In July, our office received reports from 2 sheep producers of larger than normal losses. The monetary loss was approximately $240,000. Several of the Peruvian sheep herders watching these vans had disappeared. They are in violation of their visas and if located, could face deportation. After a 3-month investigation, working with allied enforcement agencies, checking phone records of possible suspects, the substance interrogation of some of these herders, it was determined that a majority of the losses was likely attributed to predators. Not saying anything against Mark because he's only got 7 guys now versus the 12 that he had before. We have 2 theft investigations that unfortunately they only ended up with misdemeanor fines. We have a 3rd individual who just last week waived his rights to a preliminary hearing, which means that if he pleads guilty, it does go to trial, or if he pleads not guilty, it will go to trial. If he pleads guilty, then it'll probably end up with just another misdemeanor fine. It's frustrating for the guys because they work very hard to put a case together, and once it gets to the DA's office, they're not willing to pursue it and to protect producers' interests. In the past year, our office has worked very closely with Dr. Phil's office and our counterparts in Oregon and Idaho and California, sharing information so that we can better monitor individuals suspected of trying to bypass state health and brand regulations. In 2011, there were imported close to 2,000 head of animals into the state. Violations have been cut down to probably about 350 for this year. That's reported violations. I mean, we don't see them, we don't catch them. I have attended a meeting with the BLM and the Pyramid Tribe. They are looking for a long-term solution to the overpopulation of the tribal horses on the Pyramid Lake, in the Pyramid Lake area. These horses have wandered off the reservation and are currently trespassing on the BLM. The Para area is considered horse-free, and that's by the BLM. The BLM is looking to reduce the permit numbers on cattle because of the situation with the horses. Because of an agreement with the past administration stating that any horses wandering off the reservation into residential areas around Palomino Valley would be treated as an estray, we would have the responsibility of capturing and advertising them as we do other estrays. One of the questions put to me was, okay, if we trespass you, what are you going to do with these horses? And my response was, we would have to treat them the same way that we do the BRE horses. We have neither the revenue or the race horses or a horse holding facility to handle 900 head of horses, which they say is probably what the overpopulation is at the current time. They decided that more likely than not, the horses belong to the tribe, and unless something got into the residential area in Palomino Valley and caused a public safety hazard, that it would be between the tribe and the BLM as to how they were going to handle the situation. Our staff processes paperwork for 80 to 85 country ground inspectors. This includes their timesheet, travel claim for which they are reimbursed. It also includes the brand inspection certificates and monies collected for a 2-week pay period. Last year, our guys wrote 17,803 inspections in the country. Once written, these inspections are when they're turned over, all of that data goes into our computer system for future referencing. 803 of those inspections were for lifetime travel permits for horses. We process on an average 59 timesheets every 2 weeks. And as I said, you know, some of these guys are traveling, going to 3 or 4 different places in a day. So we have inspectors that may only do a couple of inspections in a year. We have some inspectors that we call them the Energizer Bunny because they are all over trying to cover industry demands. Our head tax, we sent out approximately 5,600 head of head tax forms last year. We collected $151,608. Reported totals were 397,519 head of cattle, 15,661 head of horses, 9,741 head of goats, 493 pigs, and 64,571 head of sheep. $19,371 was turned over to the sheep commission. Our new brand books were finally mailed in July. Billy worked very hard trying to put together a nice product for everyone. The end of the reporting period for brands was December 31st of 2011. If the brand owner did not renew by that date, they still had a year in order to pick up their brand before it was considered lost to record. To date, there have been 539 brands that were not renewed. And in the past, we've had people come in 2 years later saying, oh, I forgot to renew my brand. So it's very important if they have a family brand that they get it renewed, if you know of anyone that has not. Billy sent out the brand renewal, or the renewals for livestock movement permits in November, and as of 12/4 of this year, 33,011 animals were transported using the permit system. We have one producer who has lost use of his permit for the remainder of this year and will be unable to renew for next year. And November 27th and 28th, I traveled to workshops for district line changes. The map will be submitted to LCB, and then we'll schedule the hearings. Any questions?
How many, the stat you gave, Joanne, what was the numbers on the cattle?
Reported cattle. It was 397,519. And we wrote inspections on more than that. So, but anything less than 6 months old does not have to be reported.
And how many on the sheep?
Pardon me?
How many did you do on the sheep?
64,571 reported.
That's pretty close.
Okay.
Do you have anything broke down on like what the sale yards numbers are separate?
Not with me. I
Oh,
do
that's
have
okay.
the office.
And the trip permits have gone out already?
Yes.
Okay.
Have you not gotten yours?
No.
Well, then.
But that doesn't mean anything, Joanne. Mrs. Morrison.
Are the LEO's general fund salaries, are the LEO's general fund salaries, or are they on the coming in through fees?
Everything comes out of grant. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Joanne? All right, thank you.
Good job, Joe.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks for coming down.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Perazzo. I see you're up on the road plan.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it. I thought I'd give you a little update on the ingredient plant there in Fallon. As you're aware, it's under construction. Should open, if everything goes right, September of 2013. Right now, they're putting in you go down Wiles, you can see it under construction. They're putting in the footings. I think I was telling Paul during the break, some of those footings are 14 by 14 concrete pillars, 30 feet tall. They drive them in like a fence post. And, I thought if they put in 10 or 15 of those, that'd be the footing, but they put in 153 of those pylons around the base of this, for this plant. Right now, they're running some shallow wells to drop the water level so they can pour the concrete thick enough below for the footings of it. Anyway, it's all kind of interesting. I didn't see how it would cost $80-some million, but I can see it's gonna make it there, I'm sure. As far as marketing the product, I was asked mostly foreign markets, and I believe that's true, but it's going as an ingredient plant or ingredient product to whoever purchases it. Right now, if the figures are right, what we're excited about there in Fallon, I think, is Dairyman is a stable market. Right now, we go into one plant over in California, and of course, Model Dairy here in Reno. If we're the real California seal has kept us out of a lot of plants over there since they enacted that about 5 or 6 years ago. So, anyway, with the powder, just to answer these questions before they're asked. For the powdered milk, we're going to get about $1.50 less per gallon than we would if we were going into fluid markets, but our shipping over to California right now is $1.85 a hundredweight, and so if our shipping is 35 cents, then we're going to be the same, and that's what we're hoping.
That's what we're hoping for as far as that goes. And of course, the closeness of the hall, about 3 weeks ago is when we had the big storm up here on the hill. It's the first time in a long time that we've actually had to stop milking. Could not get the trucks to the dairy. We stopped about 1 a.m. and couldn't start milking again until about 8 that morning, so we were about 300 cows went about 20 hours without getting milked. And so,
Is that cheaper than dealing with the mastitis afterwards?
Anyway, that was all, and to make a long story short, a lot of that had to do with truck drivers getting stuck and then running out of hours, so the truck was actually available to move, but they weren't allowed to move, and anyway, they had one truck running around getting a little bit from every dairy and to keep us in milk the best they could, but anyway, we have held a couple public meetings during Fallon at the museum. We held one for the school teachers who were taking a class to talk about the milk plant and the dairy industry. DFA, Lynn Hetrick from the Dairy Commission, as well as Pete Olson and myself, sat on a panel, and then we also held a public meeting that night. I guess some of the concerns, which is good to head off some of the concerns before it actually happens, but you hear the public comes and they're concerned because we're doubling the number of cows, hopefully, doubling the number of cows. Of course, their concerns are flies and manure and smell and the use of water. And so we talked to the public a lot about that. As far as the manure, we read some statistics on putting manure on ground. It actually uses a lot less water for irrigation when you put manure in, especially on the sandy soils. So that's a positive thing. And then also, as far as the smells, I've seen some herds I've been at in Idaho and California. You can have a 2,000 cow dairy that hardly has any smell, and you can have a 100 cow dairy that smells to high heaven, and it's all how it's managed and taken care of. And so we talked a little bit about that. But as far as the milk plant, it's all moving forward. According to the drawings, they're going to be pouring some 50-foot concrete walls and to house this dryer that's 150 feet tall or something like that. And we'll have five storage tanks that hold 70,000 gallons of milk each. And so anyway, that's I've just done a rough overview of the whole thing. But anyway, it's all, I think it'll be good for everyone. I know a lot of people have said when the dairies are going good, then everybody else is going good as well, just as far as the farmers and equipment people and lumber yards and different things like that. So anyway, yeah.
Are they mostly going to have long-term contracts for supplying the plant, or on a daily basis what comes in? Or?
Well, we're DFA is building the plant. Dairy Farmers of America is building the plant, which we're all members of that co-op, and so we're local dairy, our California DFA members, which is about 20 in Churchill County. Well, there's a couple outside, but I mean about 20 in Churchill County, and the other 300 in California are all paying for that. So we're all working together on it. But to answer your question, we sell to the co-op. They're running the plant. So that's where the milk's coming from.
No, I mean, there's no long-term contract, like you supply so many gallons per week or anything.
Oh, no. Well, right now, locally, we're only producing about half of what the plant could handle when it's full capacity. So, no, we don't. Well, we have a contract with DFA, but as far as us
being worried about supplying the milk. We sell to them and they handle that portion of it. Which is good, because I don't like that headache, you know. So.
You know, there's so many products that take dry powdered milk that we don't know of, but if anybody was a kid and your mom made powdered milk, it was the grossest stuff in the world. And I sit here and listen to these numbers and I go, what a horrible waste for somebody that likes milk. A horrible waste to take all that milk and blow it into a powder. Mr. Barbie could comment on those comments.
I think the process has gotten much better, and so the flavor's much better than it was when we were kids. And then secondly, one of the things I'd add is it was shocking when I went on the trade mission to Asia, because I never thought of it, maybe everybody else does, but, you know, on Singapore and some of these islands, that is your milk supply.
Yeah.
There is no fresh milk, and when you go to the milk aisle, it's a shelf, and it's a stack of powder, and so they're really eye-opening to the potential market growth that they're going to have in some of those countries.
Wow.
And that was largely dominated by Australia.
In the foreign market, we're only tapped into about less than 5% of that, and it's grown by, I think they said 8 to 12%, something like that. And so we got a big market there to tap into. So, anyways.
Any other questions for Alan?
Thank you.
All right, you bet. Thank you. Before we go to our final bit of public input, should we pick a meeting date?
Sounds good.
For next time? Is it March? Is that correct?
March will be our next meeting month. We normally meet earlier in the month. I would suggest that we could meet late March or even early April, and then I'd be able to give a better update on things that are happening in the legislature. You know, nothing super big happens to the last few weeks, but we at least have an idea. Some of these things would have been in hearings and so on and so forth. But that's totally up to you guys. There's a 26th of March, which is a Tuesday, which we normally have on Tuesday. This one we didn't because of IFC. Or there's a 2nd of April.
March. 26th of March?
It was tough.
March, I agree on March.
I'm a slave to the shearers. When they show up, you better be ready to shear sheep because they ain't coming back till July.
So is that April?
Usually around the 1st of April. I'd go with the 26th of March.
All right, there it is then. 9 o'clock in the morning?
Yep.
All right, at this time, I'll open public input up for a little bit. If anybody has anything, last minute thoughts before we go. Mr. Barbie?
Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Want to go up there or just?
Yeah, please, so we can get make sure you're recorded. And state your name for the record. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Board, Don Mulderino. I have three quick things. First, a thank you for being so accommodating this morning. I had something to do with the turnout, and I want to make sure it went well, and it did, and so I'm thankful. I have a brief set of comments from Carol Abel, who was here earlier but couldn't stay. She wanted me to read a little thing that she had written. She regards the department as being misinformed regarding the Pleasant Valley incident with wild horses. The trap that was set was not in the same area as the accident, and the horses impacted did not follow the same path. Additionally, advocate groups had nothing to do with the removal of that trap. As you all saw today, local residents are up in arms and are taking actions of their own. She also wanted to mention that the population study that was mentioned as the number of horses in the Virginia range referred to a, quote, study area, which was only the Virginia Highlands area. It did not include the entire Virginia range. Also, she mentioned that the separation or the distinction between feral and stray horses can be found under the definitions in Chapter 569. Anyway, the other thing I would mention, just as a public service announcement, is that since Mr. Jensen, oops, he's gone. The BLM, a week or two ago, has decided that these varmint hunting contests or coyote killing contests that have occurred around the West and also in our state now require a BLM permit in order to occur, and that permit requires a certain amount of NEPA analysis and also public comment before it may or may not be granted. So I simply mention that as an item. I haven't heard from the Forest Service yet, but if you hear of any of these things, let your law enforcement guys know or call me, and I'd be happy to tell the BLM as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more public input? All right.
One final announcement.
Yes.
For board members that haven't had the opportunity previously to tour the Department of Ag and don't immediately have to jump in a rig and hustle somewhere, I would open that opportunity up to you immediately following this meeting.
Cool. Is that the 2-hour tour or is it a 3-hour tour?
Depends on what the consensus is.
All right, since that's it, I'll entertain a motion for adjournment. Ms. Morrison, thank you. Mr. No, second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Abstentions? Subject to the call of the chair, we're adjourned. Thank you. Mr. No.